And welcome back again to another episode of your favorite true crime and criminal culture podcast, Thought Riot Podcast. My name is Brendan.
And I am Malia. Welcome to episode 21.
21. All right. We are adults now in this
Drinking age
podcast world. Yes. Well, anyways, we have an awesome show set up for you tonight. So strap in and get ready for the show. Our commitment, our axiom is we commit to you, to being honest, intelligent, unscripted, and bringing interesting conversations. Wait, I messed that one up. All right, let's start over. Rewind. So, we commit to being honest, intelligent, unscripted, and interesting conversations, bringing information we get and following it to wherever it leads, holding nothing back, and sharing brutal honesty the entire time. We censor nothing.
and talk about everything.
All right.
All right.
That is it. We are in like sin.
Yep. You can find Thought Riot Podcast anywhere podcasts can be found, including YouTube, streaming with video, not just audio. But please leave a review, comment, like, share. Check us out on Twitter at Thought Riot Pod, not podcast. Everywhere else is podcast, but Twitter is pod.
Yep, Thought Riot Pod.
Yeah, and come join the fun. We also have a Discord server. You should see a link in the ticker, the news ticker above, right?
Yep.
You put a link up there?
I do. And if for some reason it doesn't work, just reach out to us and message us, because those links do expire. So sometimes I got to send new ones to people. But yeah, make sure you turn on all the notifications on all of those. I think the main ones, if you want to catch us live, if you want to catch us right when things drop, is Patreon and Discord. Those are really the two where when we're about to hop on, we post something on there. Our Patreon is starting to make progress, and it's a good time. So you should hop on there. It's just patreon.com/Thought Riot Podcast. But yeah, the places that you can find us for updates and everything is going to be Patreon or Discord. So one thing I did want to share tonight, which I thought was pretty cool, we posted it across our social media and everything, is that in Germany, we ranked number 5 under TrueCrime podcast, which is pretty cool. One of our viewers sent that over to us, so shout out to Germany. Germany loves themselves some Thought Riot podcast, and we love Germany.
Yeah, I have a lot of German in me, actually.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting. But yeah, I thought it was really cool. You guys will be seeing it on the screen, not our audio listeners, obviously. But yeah, I was pretty stoked about it. That was a pretty fun thing to see. And shout out to who shared it with me. And, we'll keep climbing those ranks. I mean, the amount of views we get from the podcast on all the other platforms like Apple, Spotify, all the podcast platforms is insane. That we get more views on there by far than we do on YouTube. But what's great about YouTube is that's where we interact with all of our community. So if you're looking to get like firsthand interaction, you want to join in the conversation and have fun and be there for the premieres and when we're live and rocking the true crime talk show after, it's YouTube. So, come try it out. Check us out on there. I know that we've had a lot of people reach out to us, a lot of people that have said, I was never on YouTube before you guys. You guys have brought me over to YouTube, and I hop on here just to watch you guys, which is awesome. That is incredible. And, anytime I get one of those comments, I really appreciate those because, it lets us know we're doing the right thing. The way I look at this is we work for you guys, not the other way around. We just aren't that type of creator. We want to make what you want to watch, and as we do it, I'm learning more now than I think I ever have in my whole life, and it's incredible because I'm obsessed with learning. So yeah.
What a nerd.
I am a nerd. I am a nerd, and I love it. So, yeah, like Malia said, join all of our social medias, all of them. Discord, Twitter, TikTok, Facebook, Twitch, YouTube, Spotify. We're on everything. Instagram, all of them. So, and if you are listening on Apple or Spotify or Amazon or Google or any of the big ones, we would really appreciate you giving us a rating and leaving a comment. That does huge things for the growth of our podcast and gets the marketing out there. It puts us at the top of lists for suggested new shows to watch. And our goals here are to get to a point where we can do it full time. We're making a lot of progress. We're doing really good in that area. We aren't there yet, but we're hoping to. And what's going to come of that, just so you guys understand, is we should then be able to invest a whole bunch more time into the podcast, which will be more content, lives during the day, news updates during the day on the spot, and more stuff for you guys to watch to stay up to date and use us as an actual news source for things that are going on. And that's the goal. So if you would like to join in helping us get there, any of those platforms, you can do that on, and we appreciate you a ton. All of our Patreon supporters, we have quite a few now that are supporting us on there. Huge shout out to you guys. You guys are really special to us, as is anyone who's part of our memberships and Patreon and everything. Now, I wanted to give a shout out to our Patreon members, but sometimes it shows people's names on there, and I just don't know if people want to have their name shouted out on here for hundreds of thousands, tens of thousands, whatever, people to listen to, see, whatever. You know what I mean?
That's why you only say a first name.
Yeah.
You don't say a full name.
Well, the next time I will come prepared with first names, but I just didn't want to do that. So at least without asking, throwing something out there and saying, hey, do you guys want to shout out on the podcast? Something like that. You know what I mean? But yeah, we appreciate all of you. Every single one of you.
Very much so.
And A.R. Hayes, actually, that's one person I know is okay with it. But A.R. Hayes actually just joined our Patreon. So if you guys didn't check him out from the spotlight that we did a couple weeks ago, make sure you guys go and check him out on YouTube. It is A Convict's Thoughts.
Yep.
At A Convict's Thoughts. So we appreciate you, A.R. Hayes, and we're going to be making some content with him soon. So yeah. Give the people a rundown of topics, and then we'll get into our spotlight.
Yeah, so tonight on episode 21 of Thought Riot Podcast, I am bringing the topics of Papa Rodgers, the infamous Facebook poster, made a group, said some things people felt like he couldn't have known pre-PCA, and there's been a ton of speculation that it's either law enforcement or Brian Kohberger. We're going to get into that a little bit. Scratch the surface, at least. Also, StickerGate in Moscow, Idaho has been a big thing I've seen mentioned. However, I have not seen a ton of creators dive super deep into it. And I found some interesting things, some connections between a local church group there, StickerGate, and police officers.
That sounds super interesting.
And for the final topic, it is going to be Gilgo updates. Rex Heuermann's wife recently showed up to court for the first time and also visited him in jail for the first time with a camera crew at her side.
Yeah.
So we're going to be talking about that.
Yeah, I think there's a lot to talk about in there, too. Aren't they getting divorced now?
There's a lot to talk about.
Yeah. All right. So my first topic is... Actually, it's going to be reading through the PCA. We've never done something like this before, and the PCA in the Idaho 4, so if you guys are returning viewers, you know what we're talking about when we say the Idaho 4. For anybody that's a new viewer, the main case we're covering right now, well, we probably have 3 of them that we're really focusing on every single detail that comes out. That would be the Idaho 4, Delphi, and Rex Heuermann, or the Gilgo4, yeah. But with the Idaho 4, that is Brian Kohberger is the current suspect in arrest, a doctorate criminology student, and one of the documents, the PCA, his arrest warrant, essentially, that has all the evidence that everyone still to this day, a year later, is talking about, is in. So we're going to be reading through that with some visual elements through editing and things like that to do like a visual read through. And, I think it should be good for everyone, good for us. I can't tell you how many times I have to go back and read through that document. So audio for me always sticks better, but yeah, hopefully you guys enjoy that. But my second topic is actually an expert topic, and it is a dive into new science around fighting crime and what you can do with that science in regards to the hum. Okay, so the hum, remember that. And number 3 is Brianna Ghey, out of the London area, Manchester area. She was a transgender woman that was brutally murdered, a child-on-child crime. So she was 16, the suspects were 15, and just murdered in a really horrible way. So someone actually asked us specifically on Spotify to cover this case. So this is a viewer topic. So it should be good stuff tonight. So, all right. So moving right into the Thought Riot Podcast, True Crime Creator Spotlight of the Week is, drumroll, The Lawyer You Know.
Yay, I love Peter Tragos. He's great.
Yeah, I like him too. Do you want to go in first, what you like about him?
I just really like how he deep dives into court documents, what's going on currently in true crime and like trials that are in the media and stuff, trying to help his viewers gain understanding of all the legalese and, things that are complicated that somebody who isn't experienced in that field wouldn't necessarily understand or know. Like, is this certain thing common? Is it normal? Does it, you know what I mean? Those kinds of things. And I think he has a wonderful personality. He's extremely likable. He seems upfront and honest about everything, and really professional.
Yeah. No, I agree with that. He's one of the first content creators that I started watching when I started watching YouTube. I think I've said this a million times, but, I never watched YouTube. Literally never. Like, the main podcasts I listened to was, like, Joe Rogan and a couple other, like, political ones. So when we started making a podcast, I started doing research on true crime and true crime creators and stuff, and I happened to come across his show, and a light bulb just went on, and now, because of him being so good at what he does, when I'm looking to understand a case, I'm looking to understand documents, he is literally probably the first stop almost every single time to see if he's covered that information yet or that case. You know, I know we know a lot when it comes to the legal documents and system just based off how many times we cover it a week. It's literally multiple times a week we're digging into these things, so our knowledge is growing on it. But there are still things out there that, for me, don't make a lot of sense, you know, and I need to understand, like you said, if it's common, if it's normal, at least from his opinion, you know. I'm sure lawyers are different in different states and different regions and areas and things like that because law changes. So then you're going to have a difference of approach and things. But for the most part, he is super good at his presentation and what he does, explaining it, dumbing it down for a dummy like me, you know. And I just want to give him a huge shout out because I can't even explain with words how much I appreciate his content. It is that content that is usable, and people learn from it, grow their knowledge, and it can be used in real life situations. And I think that is a huge, huge, huge deal.
Yeah, it's a huge benefit. I think there's a lot of worth in, you know, everyday citizens understanding their legal systems and government and how it all works. You know, a lot of it is written or, you know, set up in ways that is difficult for somebody who's never, ever had any experience with it. It's difficult to just go into it and be able to pick it up. Yeah. And he makes it a lot easier. So yeah, like huge kudos to him. We love him. Think he's doing incredible work and, you know, keep it up. Yeah, absolutely. So hats off to you, Peter Tragos. Yeah, he's just the lawyer you know on YouTube and podcasts. Apple Podcasts is what I see, but I'm sure he's on other podcast platforms. Yeah, more than likely. I think it's set up when you set up a podcast, well, as long as you have the right systems downloaded and everything, it helps you like put it on everywhere. So wherever you're at, you guys, I'm sure you can just look up The Lawyer You Know, and at YouTube it is at The Lawyer You Know. So check him out. He is absolutely incredible, and let him know that Thought Riot Podcast sent you over there and that we love him, you love him, and we all love him. Yeah. All right, so moving right along here into the Thought Riot Podcast, breaking news. So, number one for me tonight is actually a question. I've never done this before. We've never done this before, but I wanted to preface one of the case topics that I'm bringing up tonight, okay? So, and while I was doing that, it made me think of this question, and I don't know why I haven't brought it up sooner. I don't know why it hasn't stood out to me before, okay? So, just something for us to chew on and get into a little bit. But with the Idaho 4, okay, we're told that Brian Kohberger went in there and out of there in minutes. And they believe that he had never been there before, that it was a targeted event. And due to the topic I'm covering in one of my cases, made me question, why would someone walk in a house with all the technology that we have nowadays? We talked about this the other night. Smart TVs that have cameras and record. Cell phones that have cameras and microphones and can record at any given time. Computers that have cameras and microphones that can record. Do we really think that anyone, would just randomly walk into a house they've never been to before and risk that? Especially somebody that is a criminology student and their criminology expertise is focused on technology? Yeah, I get what you're saying. What you're saying is, it's an interesting question. The only thing I will say is that That's not really what they said. They said he stalked them. They're trying to say that
mainstream. They're trying to say that with cell phone pings, that potentially he could have been there before, but none of the legal documents say that he stalked him. That's that mainstream narrative that he stalked them.
Oh, okay.
So, the case I'm covering just made me think. There are so many microphones in everything we use. There are so many cameras in everything we use. You know, there's literally refrigerators that have cameras and microphones on them now.
It's crazy.
So it made me want to chew on and ponder that idea. And you guys too, like, please help me understand what you guys are thinking. Do you think in any world somebody would walk into a house that they've never been in before, knowing all the technology that's out there today, and take a risk like that?
Yeah, I think people would.
A technology expert?
Maybe. I don't know.
I don't.
Because I mean, even though there are cameras like on your computer and like your TV and everything, from everything you were telling me is that they can't just record you.
No, they can't just record you, but you would have to know all those settings because they can do that depending on your settings. That to me feels like a really big risk.
Yeah.
And it feels like if we're being told that this person had, so much knowledge in criminology, that this was done in a way where, the whole crime scene was controlled, then he would have had to be there before. I've never focused on all our conversations. I have never thought, like, did the suspect, did the person who did this crime, whether Brian Kohberger or we're talking about another theory, did they walk into a house that is filled to the brim with electronics, I'm sure because they're college students, and risk not being recorded audio or video? Settings could record it.
Well, I believe Steve Gonzalez said it was the Court TV special recently when they were driving in Kaylee's car that the police had multiple laptops, iPad, phone, like multiple electronics of hers that she had multiple of.
Yeah, I know.
In their possession and weren't giving back. Mm-hmm. Which was interesting.
Yep, and also the camera in the front and all those things. So when I was doing research into my topic, it just made me think. Like, that question hit me. Why have I not been focusing on the electronics? I feel so obvious. There's got to be electronics in that house that, would have picked up on sound recording, whatever. Mm-hmm. So, and for you guys that are listening, our phones are devices where when they're on, that microphone's on. That's why when you're sitting here talking about, Reese's peanut butter cup cheesecake with a friend, and then you go to pick up your phone and there's an ad for a Reese's peanut butter cup cheesecake, it's because it has a microphone, and that microphone is doing what microphones do.
But it's actually using that data is the scary part. Like, it's actually recording it.
Yeah. I mean, it's not recording it. I don't think it's going somewhere. It's just using it in its code to then search and make things, relevant.
Scary.
Yeah. But yeah, let me know what you guys think.
So, updates in documents on the Idaho court portal under Kohberger's case. So, today is December 1st, and we didn't get an extension. They actually handed over the DNA IgG documents.
Well, I don't know if I'm more scared or not because we have not been told what is all included yet.
Right. There's nothing. So it's literally just the notice of in-camera submission. It literally just says that the state submitted the IGG information and gave it to the court for an in-camera review.
Yep.
That's it.
Yep.
But
it doesn't say that they submitted documents from the FBI and they submitted documents from Othram. It just says they submitted IGG, right?
The IGG
the order
information.
Addressing IGG DNA. Yep. So remember, the defense wanted 2 separate reports or documents.
Yep.
So is that what came?
Well, yes, they did, but Judge Judd said, no, I'm just going to include it all in one.
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah, so is it both the FBI and the private lab?
Right. Because you could submit one single page with handwritten notes on it, like Bill Thompson said, like, hey, Judge, we have some handwritten notes, and that would fall in line with what we're seeing here.
Yeah, and I also question, how does Judge know for sure it's all of the information? How does he even know that?
He doesn't.
Yeah. So, also, we have a filing from November 29th, which was just a couple of days ago. And this is one that I've seen kind of going around online. People have been talking about. But it's motion to temporarily seal... order to transfer evidence for forensic evaluation pending hearing.
And that was posted today?
No, November 29th.
Oh, okay. So 2 or 3 days ago or whatever? Yeah.
So, yeah, and then the next day there was just the thing basically confirming the sealing of that. Mm-hmm. But in order... Okay, so they're transferring evidence for forensic evaluation.
Yeah.
Interesting, right?
Maybe. I don't know.
So I've been seeing some people online basically speculating, does that mean the FBI found something at the house?
Wait, what? Why? Does it say it's coming from the FBI?
No, it doesn't.
Oh,
It does.
okay.
It's sealed. We don't know. We have zero idea.
Right. But I didn't know if it was saying that they were transferring evidence from the FBI. You could say that and have it still be sealed, because what's sealed is the details of that evidence, not who has it.
So here's what I think it could be. Wait a minute. Because release or disclosure... Okay, so they want to seal it because release or disclosure would, 1, interfere with enforcement proceedings, 2, deprive a person of a right to a fair trial, 2 again, constitute an unwarranted invasion of personal privacy.
I think this is what is on every...
3, disclose the identity of a confidential source and or 4, disclose investigative techniques and or procedures.
Yeah, I think that's what they post on every item that's going to be gagged. I think that's always the same.
Is it?
Yeah, I think so.
But it says that it would do these things.
No.
If they released it.
It would do these things?
That's what the language says, but... okay, so... Hereby moves the court to seal herein because release or disclosure would interfere with enforcement proceedings.
Yeah.
It would do all of these things.
Okay.
So the language is just odd. Because I thought that too. Is this just like the standard copy and paste that they put on every document? Which it kind of seems that way, if I'm being honest. Like when you read it kind of seems that way.
I think we've read it before. That's why I was saying that.
Yeah, but the language is odd, and I saw people pointing that out, like that disclosure would, do these things, and then, confidential source, what? You know what I mean? But then I kind of wondered, is this the FBI information that Bill Thompson, because the state is who is doing this, and who just turned over all the stuff to Judge about the IGG.
Right.
So was it about this, the transfer of that information to get it to Judge?
I mean, it could be. It could be.
Like, I just want to be fair here. Like, is it new evidence, or is it the IGG information they were trying to get to Judge's hands before December 1st? Yeah. And they needed to transfer it from somewhere.
Yeah, there's no way to know.
But I don't know how it could be that, because it says for forensic evaluation.
Yeah. Well, it could be that. It could be that. They could have their own experts and they want a second evaluation.
It's just interesting the state's doing it, because if the state is transferring evidence, say the FBI really found something at the home or they're having something re-looked at, it's the state doing it, not the defense. Meaning whatever it is, it probably doesn't look too good for Kohberger. Now they're doing this now. At this time.
Oh, I don't think that has anything to do with it.
This is just strange. You don't think this is strange?
No, I think it's normal business. Business is normal. I don't think it's strange.
You don't think this could be about new evidence from the home?
No.
Why not?
I mean, I think that it's possible it's that, but I'm not willing to say it's more possible that it's that than it is getting a piece of evidence they have to be looked at from a secondary expert. There's just no way to know. So I'm not willing to jump on the weird train because there's no information in here making it weird. So I don't know if other content creators or whatever felt like it was weird. I don't see anything weird.
No, it's sealed. It's just weird that they're transferring evidence for forensic evaluation. I'm not talking about any specific content creator. I'm literally just talking about that I think it's weird. And I also saw rumblings of it online already, people just talking about it.
Interesting.
I think it's odd that they're transferring evidence for forensic evaluation at this point in time.
Well, the trial hasn't started.
And it's okay, but the point is the FBI was just back at the home.
Okay,
that's what's weird about it. Like,
so you think the FBI could have gathered information and then they're transferring that information to ISP?
Yep.
I don't know.
Yeah, because I found it highly unlikely the FBI would find anything in the home at this point. After how many times it's been combed through and like how it's been cleaned,
the audio,
I found it highly unlikely they would find any physical evidence. But I saw many experts saying, yeah, they're gonna rip anything they can out of that house even now and test it and go through it with a fine tooth comb and see if they can find a hair, a fiber, DNA, anything.
I don't think they can do that because of how poorly the house was handled. I think that they could try, but the defense would have an argument that would trump card anything that they could come up with, because all they got to do is show that they have been walking through that house with no booties, no masks on, no anything. Literally no coverage this last time. So I don't think they're going to be able to get anything in that way. I know you mentioned when you were presenting this that you think this could not look good for Brian Kohberger. I don't see that. I don't think it could. I think it could be nothing. I don't see how this document shines anything on looking bad on Brian Kohberger.
No, I think the fact that the state's doing it, that it might not end up good for Kohberger if they found something new.
Oh, gosh, I feel like that's just a coin flip.
Yeah, it is. It's all about speculation. Like, none of this is factual whatsoever.
We expected them to go in that house and come up with some kind of evidence. So this is expected, not surprised.
No, it's not surprising.
Yeah.
It's not. But it's interesting that, you know, they're transferring evidence for forensic evaluation all of a sudden, and that I think everybody thought there was going to be extension for the IGG. That Bill Thompson wouldn't hand it over.
Oh, I didn't.
Oh, I think I saw everybody saying, "Oh, he's for sure going to use that extension."
Yeah, I don't think I speculated one way or the other because he already said what he was going to do in court before that time. We know all there is handwritten notes, so that's all they're going to get. He's already said it.
I hope you're not right.
I absolutely am. Obviously, I don't have proof, but that is... why else would Bill Thompson come out and say that, sure, I could get some chicken scratch, you know, handwritten notes, some whatever. That's all they're going to get, obviously. Especially with no extension and major submission, I don't think they're going to give anything.
Uh-oh.
That's just going to be the outcome.
Well, we'll see. I want to know what you guys think about these recent filings. If, you know, just tell me, you know, what do you think it is? What do you speculate is going on here with them transferring evidence? Is it old evidence getting relooked at? Is it new evidence? Is it just the IGG? Like, I don't know. I guess it could be.
Yeah. We're moving too slow. All right, so number 2 from me is a Pennsylvania man accused of beating his 85-year-old wife to death over vet bills. Now, why I thought this was interesting is age is just a number to a criminal. I saw this and I'm like, geez, 85-year-old couple and this dude beats his wife to death? That is so shocking. Over vet bills.
At 85, why at that point?
That's what I'm saying. She was 85, he was 84, and apparently a 911 call came in. He lives in the Lower Pottsgrove Township, Pennsylvania, and he says that, well, he lied. So he tells them that he just came upon a scene and it looks like somebody beat his wife, okay? So police get en route, and he is standing outside waiting for them when they get there. He has blood on his hands, face, and shirt, and they start investigating the scene. And they come up with that he is the perpetrator, and he ends up confessing. From what I've seen, there is nothing confirming that, but there's no way they have these details without some sort of confession. So he says that they were arguing about vet bills, and she pulled a knife out, and then he slid a chair into her to like block her. She falls down and falls on the knife. The knife doesn't stab her based on what I'm reading, but he punches her, like beats her a little bit, and then grabs a candlestick and continues. That fight, you guys, like, are you guys sitting here imagining this in your head like I am? Two
like 85-year-old, grandpa,
yeah,
beating each other to death.
How scary of a situation. Somebody pulled a knife over vet bills? Has this woman been dealing with this type of aggression the whole time they've been married? Like,
maybe they both have like Alzheimer's or something.
I don't know. That's one of the questions I had. But he's being charged with murder 1.
Oh.
Yeah, they are not playing around with this.
Wait, I thought he said it was in like self-defense because she pulled a knife on him.
He's being charged with murder 1.
That's pretty intense.
Yep, it says Barton Seltman was arraigned on charges of first-degree murder and third-degree murder. He remains held in the Montgomery County Correction Facility without bail. I agree. I think that if somebody pulls a knife on you, now, would they be able to get him with a manslaughter because he continued after she had fallen? Probably. I could see that. I get it. But is what he's claiming happened not really what happened? You know what I mean?
Maybe.
What have the police seen in this situation that make them want to charge this elderly man with murder one?
Yeah, they'd have to see some kind of element of, like, thinking ahead, I would think.
Or not being honest by calling 911 and saying, I found her like this. They probably don't know. But when you start a situation like this, when you're supposedly in self-defense, and you started out with a lie, that's not going to help you. Mm-mm. You know what I mean?
Not at all.
And he has a hand injury, too. We've talked about this a lot. Normally when, you're using a weapon, there is some kind of injury to your hand, whether it's a knife with knife slip, if it's a bludgeoning weapon from the, what's it called, like the reverberation and hand slippage because of bodily fluids that come out, things like that. But his hand was hurt. They ended up taking him to the hospital and took him downtown and charged him. 85 years old. I just thought it was crazy because I'm covering a case of children, teens, man, that are doing some heinous act. And then as I'm looking stuff up, I come across one where I have an 85-year-old man, somebody doing it in the beginning of their life and then somebody doing it at the end of their life. What is going on here?
I wouldn't want to spend, my last decade in prison.
I agree.
You made it through this whole life without ending up in prison for the rest of your life, and then, the last probably, 10 years of your life.
It's scary to think
what?
that this man has the capability of doing this at 85. What has he done before?
Right. Has he done anything before?
Yeah.
For sure.
But let me know what you guys think. Let me know how you feel about this update. I was shocked. I was blown away.
Yeah, it's just kind of unimaginable.
I agree.
So, there is an update on the Chauvin stabbing situation, okay? So, you remember last week you talked about Derek Chauvin being, or is it Chauvin?
Oh, I don't know. It's Chauvin.
Chauvin, okay. He got stabbed in prison. Well, there were some details released letting us know, basically, what went down. So, he was shivved 22 times in the library by another inmate. The inmate's name was John Tursick. He's 52 years old and has already been in prison for 27 years out of his 30-year sentence.
What?
He had 3 years left.
Of his sentence?
He had 3 years left until he just decided he was going to try to kill Derek Chauvin. So he's also a member of the Mexican Mafia and an FBI informant.
I mean, I'm curious what that even means. So in Arizona and California, there isn't a Mexican Mafia. There's 2 different ones in prison.
I understand. I am assuming they are using that term to not specifically name one.
Okay.
But he's also an FBI informant. It says that he at first would not admit to wanting to kill Chauvin, but then says that once the FBI showed up to the prison to interrogate him or interview him, he waived all of his Miranda rights.
Really?
Yeah. Now, that's weird. And this goes on to say that the FBI doesn't typically show up to prison murders.
No.
Like, that is not normal unless there was a hit on somebody or the perp or victim was an informant. Or all of the above. I'm kind of wondering, you know what I mean?
Yeah, is Derek Chauvin.
I don't know. It's just weird that... So supposedly he admitted to it after the FBI showed up and he waived all of his Miranda rights. Well, he says that he confessed...
The guy that stabbed him.
Yes.
Okay,
the guy that stabbed him, which is Tursik or whatever.
So are you saying that he is an FBI informant or Chauvin is?
Tursik is, in fact, an FBI informant.
Okay.
Like, we know that for a fact.
Okay.
And I'll go on to tell you why. So, Tursik, he confessed to trying to kill him, and he said that he was trying to kill Derek Chauvin on Black Friday, because that's the day he was stabbed, to avenge black people for the Black Lives Matter movement. Okay. And, but he's in a Mexican gang, okay, like mafia as they're calling it, who poisoned black people his whole career with drugs, is what this goes on to say. And now he's a social justice warrior. Well, he was then moved prisons. We don't know which one, but the FBI took him out of there and moved him to a different prison. Another federal prison. I have no idea which one. So who is this guy, Tursik? Well, he's Croatian. He's not even Mexican. Okay. And his history with the FBI is basically that he flipped on the Mexican mob in the late 90s, and he helped lock up over 40 of them. And when
he's not in the Mexican mafia.
Not anymore, clearly.
You're right.
And when he was in court for that, he actually said out to the court that he committed those crimes not like just for funsies, but because he had to stay alive, and he told the FBI, because he literally is in there for crimes he committed while being an informant. And he said he told the FBI that he needed to do these things to be able to stay alive in that situation as an informant. And they were like, yeah, just do what you got to do. And then he goes down and goes to prison for them all. Yeah. After being an informant for them. Yeah. And locking up like over 40 mob members.
I think that's fair.
It's kind of crazy, though.
Yeah. I think the story sounds crazy, but an informant is not an FBI agent.
No, they're not.
You don't have the same rights when it comes to that, and you're making a choice, okay? For whatever reason, you had your big boy pants on and made a choice to be a confidential informant, which I would never do, just saying. But this person did. So, if you got in a situation where you had to commit that crime, otherwise it was going to cause issues, sorry, but you made your choice, man. So I don't feel weird about that part.
No, that's just his history with the FBI. And now that he did this, where he tried to... It almost feels like it's trying to stir up, like, political stuff, is what it feels like.
He feels crazy to me.
Yeah.
Like, there's something not connected.
Yeah, but why would the FBI come in and, like, save him for security reasons?
Did they save him?
Why did he trust them to just waive his Miranda rights immediately? And start just singing the song and telling and confessing to them. Like, they walk in the door and he's like, I have, waive all my Miranda rights. Here's my full confession, FBI. After supposedly they screwed him over. Supposedly.
Yeah, I don't know.
He felt screwed over.
Yes, it's a very weird story, but...
He was angry in court talking about that. He was not happy that he was going down for these crimes when he was doing them to stay alive in a situation trying to help the FBI.
Maybe he came to terms, though, because you don't get to do crimes in a situation to help FBI. Come on.
No, you're right.
That is so logically...
You're absolutely right.
Not... In my opinion, he didn't have a right to be angry. He might have been angry because he's looking at real time, but he didn't have the right to be angry. You're not an officer, bro.
Yeah.
You're not.
No, you're right. It's just really strange, you know?
The situation is strange, but we don't know all the details. We have no idea if he committed this crime and then was in there yelling and saying, hey, get the FBI here. You get the FBI here, and I'll say whatever you want. I'll tell them I did it. I'll confess. I'll do this. I'll do that. You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of details that you could leave out that would force the FBI to get there, because depending on where it's at in Arizona, there are a ton of FBI offices there. When we say FBI, it's not like, oh, shoot, our man's in trouble. You know, let's fly out from Washington, D.C. now and get there and go see it. Like, no, they're probably right down the block, bro. You know, all they did from the FBI office, hop in their car and go. So I don't know. I know it's presented in a way it sounds weird, but is it actually weird?
I don't know.
It's funny because I stick up for the FBI a lot, and people are like, gosh, in our comments, people are like, gosh, I don't understand why Brendan loves the FBI so much, but I think any situation...
Because he's secretly an FBI agent, duh.
Right. I think in any situation, though, it doesn't matter that they're the FBI. You could put anything in front of that, and I would feel the same way.
I'll have to test that. But yeah, I want to know what you guys think. You know, you have any theories on what's going on here? Because it's really, really strange, and I don't quite know what to think about it, if I'm being honest. Like, the information is just so outrageous, I knew I had to bring it up.
Well, and it's weird to me,
but
too,
it could just be a totally insane man.
Exactly. And both people are in a protective custody.
Yep.
They aren't in general population,
Nope.
which is really strange. Like, the whole thing, it's really weird.
Yeah, but I've also, you know, I posted to Twitter not that long ago, basically how they will put informants in really close places to high-profile suspects or, you know, convicts, and try to get them to talk and, you know, put them in that position on purpose. So he's clearly a notorious snitch.
Yeah.
To be in there with a very high profile convict. Like,
yeah.
So that is just odd to me personally, just because now I know that is done, like, very regularly.
Maybe they're trying to portray the fact that Derek Chauvin is racist and continues to be racist, and that's why this guy did this, because being close to him like that, he was able to see him being racist. You know what I mean? Maybe that's the storyline he's trying to suggest, but...
Oh, maybe.
Yeah, interesting. I'm curious what the viewers will think about it.
Yeah, me too.
All right, number 3... And last one here. So, Murdaugh, and I can't believe we didn't talk about him admitting his guilt here, but Murdaugh came out, and I think it happened in September, but he admitted and got a plea bargain to plead guilty to, was it 22 financial crimes. Was it 22 or 24?
So he got a plea bargain?
Yes, he got a plea bargain, and he was charged. So just an update, right? So these are the crimes that, the white-collar crimes, the federal money crimes, all right? So Murdaugh got charged with 101 white-collar crimes having to do with money and fraud and laundering and whatever, or wire fraud.
That's a lot.
And whatever. And he got 101 whittled down to, it's either 22 or 24. I'm forgetting right now. I don't have my notes in front of me, but I think it was 22. And during sentencing, which just happened, which he was sentenced by the same judge that he had during his criminal case for his wife and son, but he gave him 27 years in prison, meaning that if he doesn't get charged, he could come out in this lifetime. Like, if he doesn't get charged for his wife's and son's murder, he could be out of prison before he died.
You mean if he doesn't
or convicted?
If he gets the new trial and doesn't get convicted,
well, he already got the new trial.
If he doesn't get found guilty in the new trial,
correct,
then he could get out.
Correct. Yep. Absolutely.
He could be back on the streets.
Yep. He could be. So interesting, right? I thought it was super interesting. And the judge comes out during sentencing and literally says this. It's like, your attorneys have worked really hard. I've barely ever seen a situation like this where you've had so many charges and you got them whittled all the way down to 22 of them and, 27 years. You could be out in this lifetime. And then he goes on to say that you're my last case. I essentially what he says is, I'm tired of looking at you. I've been offended at what you did, and I'm retiring in 3 days, and I'm never going to think about you again. Essentially, that's what he said.
The judge?
Yeah, obviously not those words, but yes, he chose different words and said, look, I've dealt with you for the last 2 years, and I'm retiring, so after these 3 days or whatever it was, I will never have to think about you again, and continues to explain like how he doesn't agree with his decisions. He used to see him as a legal peer. This judge is a little harsh to me. Multiple people have left comments where they're like, judges do that all the time. I'm not saying they don't, and I'm not saying it's illegal or he shouldn't have done it. I'm just saying I wouldn't have done it. It doesn't do anything to try and stamp someone, label someone a monster. You know what I mean? Like, they're going to prison. You could give a little bit of a comment on, how you feel, whatever. But I just think that judge really doesn't like him.
Yeah.
Is super offended that he chose crime over a career path of law.
Yeah, that was a pretty, that was a deep dig, saying I'm really happy just to never have to think about you ever again.
I agree.
But I honestly, I think a lot of people feel that way about Murdaugh at this point. Why isn't he just going away?
It's too much weirdness, man. He's been involved in too much weirdness. And, a lot of people think he did pull the trigger. And for me, I don't care if he did or didn't pull the trigger. He needs to be off the street. Probably for the rest of his life, for sure.
Yep, absolutely.
But I'm really curious what you guys think. Do you think he's all going to be able to serve this time at the 85%, which would essentially be 23 years in federal prison, the easier prison sentence? Do you think he's going to get convicted again of the murders and he'll be in there for life? I don't know, but I'm curious what you guys think. Let me know.
So recently, which I think, when was this posted? Yeah, December 1st. So there was an Amber Alert that just went out. It was either today or yesterday, November 30th or December 1st. But it's for baby Zeke. And this is in Idaho. So this comes after a mother, sadly, was found on Thursday, passed away in her home after a 911 call where they heard disturbances, but they won't say what they heard exactly. The sheriff's office. She was 38 years old. And she was killed. And then her baby was kidnapped by its own father, who is Gregory Best. Prior to him doing this, okay, killing his wife and abducting his son, his 10-month-old son, he was seen naked in a store. Which is really, really strange. Naked in a store, and look, can you see it right there? He steals a cigarette or something, and he's admitted to a mental hospital. And then literally that night is when his wife is found dead in the home.
And the kid missing.
And the kid goes missing, yep.
Yeah, it sounds like it's an open and shut case. I mean, it sounds awful to have a kid grow up without his mom because his dad clearly doesn't have it together.
They think the baby's in imminent danger, and they've said he's armed and dangerous. Like, nobody approach him.
I mean, the child is in imminent danger.
Yeah.
He's with a father that clearly is not stable. You know, whether it's a sociopath instability or it's having a psychotic break, it doesn't really matter, you know?
Yeah.
A child's life is on the line regardless. So, that's horrible. Hopefully we're able to show pictures on the screen here so everyone can see, because this man needs to be found. And you said that it says don't approach him?
Don't approach. He's considered armed and dangerous. Yeah, we'll have pictures of him and baby Zeke up, and the car. He is white, 5'11", weighs about 245 pounds, has brown hair that is graying, green eyes, and a graying beard. He is driving a 1995 black Chevy Tahoe with Idaho license plate number 1T39349. Zeke is a little white baby and 20 pounds. But yeah, anyone with information is just asked to call 911 immediately.
Yeah, that's horrible, man. Where was this out of?
Victor, Idaho.
Okay.
So I'm guessing it's the Bonneville County Sheriff's Office that is overseeing this as of right now. But it's really, really sad. Like, I saw some statements by her family and stuff saying she was an artist. She was, like, a free spirit. She documented her life with her son and her husband online and stuff. And she was, like, a silversmith, and he was a mechanic. And it just seems like it's really out of place. Like, he literally just lost his mind. And this whole information now, because I could only find him being naked in the store from one place. Like, that isn't really being posted around very much. It's one local news source who posted the video of it, and that he had been admitted to a mental hospital. I feel like that's important to know. Like, he's not just, like, murderous. He's completely lost his mind murderous.
Yeah.
Which is really, really scary for the public and for the baby. But yeah, we'll post all details on the screen. And I'll probably tweet this on Twitter too, like the little Amber Alert thing.
Yeah.
But I just... My best goes out to the family, and I really hope that we can bring baby Zeke home safe. I really hope so.
I agree.
'Cause
That's
this is
already
sad.
an awful story, so I'd hate to hear it be even worse with the loss of an infant's life. Yeah.
I know. It's really sad.
So keep an eye out, you guys, and let us know what you think.
Yeah, any surrounding areas, anywhere, like literally the whole country, when there's an alert like this, should keep an eye out.
Yeah. But
if you see something, say something.
Absolutely. And that is it for our Thought Riot Podcast. Breaking news, true crime, breaking news.
You can call it updates, I guess. I'll let you. I'll be nice.
All right, so for story number 1 of the night, we are going to read through the PCA, which is the Exhibit A statement of Brett Payne. Now, remember, I believe some of it's been redacted, so not all of it's here, but we're going to read through everything that is posted. I don't think we're going to do a premiere for this one. It's good just to have there as a refresher or reminder. Most people that are, avid watchers of ours, most people probably know this thing better than I do. But I think it's good to have it for somebody that hasn't read this. You know, we have a lot of viewers that are really busy people, and they probably don't want to sit there and read through 18 pages, or maybe they don't like reading and they learn better with audio or visual, and I'm going to be able to edit in some of the pictures with it. So we will read through this 18 pages for you, and hopefully you enjoy listening in as we go through it here. So we'll start with page 1, Exhibit A, Statement of Brett Payne. Oh, you know what? I should have said, this is in regards to the Idaho 4 and Brian Kohberger. So if we have any new listeners here, it's one of our main cases that we cover right now. It is active in court, and they're still in pretrial. They haven't set a trial date, but it is, Brian Kohberger, according to this, murdered 4 students in Idaho, in Moscow, Idaho, and this is the arrest warrant, PCA affidavit. So
Yeah, the probable cause affidavit.
Yep. So page 1, Exhibit A, Statement of Brett Payne. The below information is provided by Brett Payne, who is a duly appointed, qualified, and acting peace officer within the county of Latah, state of Idaho. Brett Payne is employed by Moscow Police Department in the official capacity or position of corporal, and has been a trained and qualified peace officer for approximately 4 years. Corporal Payne is being assisted by members of the Idaho State Police and agents of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. On November 13, 2022, at approximately 4 p.m., Moscow Police Department Sergeant Blaker and I responded to 1122 King Road, Moscow, Idaho, hereafter the King Road residence, to assist with a scene security and processing of a crime scene associated with 4 homicides. Upon our arrival, the Idaho State Police Forensics Team, ISP, was on scene and was preparing to begin processing the scene. MPD Officer OFC Smith, one of the initial responding officers to the incident, advised he would walk me through the scene. OFC Smith and I entered the King Road residence through the bottom floor door on the north side of the building. OFC Smith and I then walked upstairs to the second floor. OFC Smith directed me down the hallway to the west bedroom on the second floor, which I later learned through Xana's driver's license and other personal belongings found in the room was Xana Kernodle's, hereafter Kernodle. Just before this room, there was a bathroom door on the south wall of the hallway. As I approached the room, I could see a body, later identified as Kernodle's, laying on the floor. Kernodle was deceased with wounds which appeared to have been caused by an edged weapon. Also in the room was a male, later identified as Ethan Chapin, hereafter Chapin. Chapin was also deceased with wounds later determined by autopsy report provided by Spokane County Medical Examiner dated December 15, 2022 to be caused by sharp force injuries.
I then followed Officer Smith upstairs to the 3rd floor of the residence. The 3rd floor consisted of 2 bedrooms and 1 bathroom. The bedroom on the west side of the floor was later determined to be Kaylee Gonzalez, hereafter Gonzalez's room. I later learned from review of Officer Noon's body camera there was a dog in the room when Moscow police officers initially responded. The dog belonged to Gonzalez and her ex-boyfriend, Jack Decor. I found out from my interview with Jack Decor on November 13th, 2022, that he and Gonzalez shared the dog. Officer Smith then pointed out a small bathroom on the east side of the 3rd floor. This bathroom shared a wall with Madison Mogan's, hereafter Mogan, bedroom, which was situated on the southeast corner of the 3rd floor. As I entered this bedroom, I could see 2 females in the single bed in the room. Both Gonzalez and Mogan were deceased with visible stab wounds. I also later noticed what appeared to be a tan leather knife sheath laying on the bed next to Mogan's right side when viewed from the door. The sheath was later processed and had a K-bar, USMC, and the United States Marine Corps Eagle Globe and anchor insignia stamped on the outside of it. The Idaho State Lab later located a single source of male DNA suspect profile left on the button snap of the knife sheath. As part of the investigation, numerous interviews were conducted by Moscow Police Department officers, Idaho State Police detectives, and FBI agents. 2 of the interviews included BF and DM. Both BF and DM were inside the King Road residence at the time of the homicides and were roommates to the victims. BF's bedroom was located on the east side of the 1st floor of the King Road residence.
Page 3. Based on numerous interviews conducted by MPD officers, ISP detectives, and FBI agents, as well as my review of evidence, I have learned the following. On the evening of November 12, 2022, Chapin and Kernodle are seen by BF at the Sigma Chi House on the University of Idaho campus at 735 Nez Perce Drive from approximately 9 p.m. on November 12th to 1:45 a.m. on November 13th. BF also estimated that at approximately 1:45 a.m., Chapin and Kernodle returned to the King Road residence. BF also stated that Chapin did not live in the King Road residence but was a guest of Kernodle. Gonsalves and Mogan were at the local bar, the Corner Club, at 202 North Main in Moscow. Gonsalves and Mogan can be seen on video footage provided by the Corner Club between 10 p.m. on November 12th and 1:30 a.m. on November 13th. At approximately 1:30 a.m., Gonsalves and Mogan can be seen on video at a local food vendor called The Grub Truck at 318 South Main Street in downtown Moscow. The Grub Truck live streams video from their food truck on the streaming platform Twitch, which is available for public viewing on their website. This video was captured by law enforcement. A private party reported that he provided a ride to Gonsalves and Mogan at approximately 1:46 a.m. from downtown Moscow in front of the Grub Truck to the King Road residence.
1:56, correction.
DM and BF both made statements during interviews that indicated the occupants of the King Road residence were at home by 2 a.m. and asleep or at least in their rooms by approximately 4 a.m. This is with the exception of Kernodle, who received a DoorDash order at the residence at approximately 4 a.m. Law enforcement identified the DoorDash delivery driver who reported this information.
DM stated she originally, which this is page 4. DM stated she originally went to sleep in her bedroom on the southeast side of the 2nd floor. DM stated she was awoken at approximately 4 a.m. by what she stated sounded like Gonsalves playing with her dog in one of the upstairs bedrooms, which were located on the 3rd floor. A short time later, DM said she heard who she thought was Gonsalves saying something to the effect of, "There's someone here." A review of the records obtained from a forensic download of Kernodle's phone showed this could also have been Kernodle, as her cellular phone indicated she was likely awake and using the TikTok app at approximately 4:12 a.m. DM stated she looked out of her bedroom but did not see anything when she heard the comment about someone being in the house. DM stated she opened her door a second time when she heard what she thought was crying coming from Kernodle's room. DM then said she heard a male voice saying something to the effect of, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." At approximately 4:17 a.m., a security camera located at 1112 King Road, a residence immediately to the northwest of 1122 King Road, picked up distorted audio of what sounded like voices or a whimper followed by a loud thud. A dog can also be heard barking numerous times starting at 4:17 a.m. The security camera is less than 50 feet from the west wall of Kernodle's bedroom. DM stated she opened her door for the third time after she heard the crying and saw a figure clad in black clothing and a mask that covered the person's mouth and nose walking towards her. DM described the figure as 5'10" or taller, male, not very muscular, but athletically built with bushy eyebrows. The male walked past DM as she stood in a frozen shock phase. The male walked towards the back sliding glass door. DM locked herself in her room after seeing the male. DM did not state that she recognized the male. This leads investigators to believe that the murderer left the scene.
Page 5. The combination of DM's statements to law enforcement, reviews of forensic downloads of records from BF and DM's phone, and video of a suspect video, as described below, leads investigators to believe the homicides occurred between 4 a.m. and 4:25 a.m. During the processing of the crime scene, investigators found a latent shoe print. This was located during the second processing of the crime scene by the ISP forensic team by first using the presumptive blood test and then amino black, a protein stain that detects the presence of cellular material. The detected shoe print showed a diamond-shaped pattern similar to the pattern of a Vans-type shoe sole. Just outside the door of DM's bedroom, located on the second floor. This is consistent with DM's statement regarding the suspect's path of travel. As part of the investigation, an extensive search, commonly referred to in law enforcement as a video canvass, was conducted in the area of the King Road residence. This video canvass was to obtain any footage from the early morning hours of November 13th, 2022. In the area of the King Road residence and surrounding neighborhoods in an effort to locate the suspects or suspect vehicle traveling to or leaving from the King Road residence. This video canvass resulted in the collection of numerous surveillance videos in the area from both residential and business addresses. I have reviewed numerous videos that were collected and have had conversations with the other MPD officers, ISP detectives, and FBI agents that are similarly reviewing footage that was obtained. A review of camera footage indicated that a white sedan, hereafter Suspect 1, was observed traveling westbound in the 700 block of Indian Hills Drive in Moscow at approximately 3:26 a.m. and westbound on Steiner Avenue at Idaho State Highway 95 in Moscow at approximately 3:28 a.m. On this video, it appeared Suspect Vehicle 1 was not displaying a front license plate.
Page 6. A review of footage from multiple videos obtained from the King Road neighborhood showed multiple sightings of Suspect Vehicle 1 starting at 3:29 a.m. and ending at 4:20 a.m. These sightings show Suspect Vehicle 1 makes an initial 3 passes by the 1122 King Road residence and then leave via Walenta Drive. Based off of my experience as a patrol officer, this is a residential neighborhood with a very limited number of vehicles that travel in the area during the early morning hours. Upon review of the video, there are only a few cars that enter and exit this area during this time frame. Suspect Vehicle 1 can be seen entering the area a fourth time at approximately 4:04 a.m. It can be seen driving eastbound on King Road, stopping and turning around in front of 500 Queen Road, number 52, and then driving back westbound on King Road. When suspect vehicle 1 is in front of the King Road residence, it appeared to unsuccessfully attempt to park or turn in the road, or turn around in the road. The vehicle then continued to the intersection of Queen Road and King Road, where it can be seen completing a 3-point turn and then driving eastbound again down Queen Road. Suspect vehicle 1 is next seen departing the area of the King Road residence at approximately 4:20 a.m. at a high rate of speed. Suspect vehicle 1 is next observed traveling southbound on Walenta Drive. Based on my knowledge of the area and review of camera footage in the neighborhood that does not show suspect vehicle 1 during that time frame, I believe the suspect vehicle 1 likely exited the neighborhood at Palouse River Drive and Conestoga Drive. Palouse River Drive is at the southern edge of Moscow and proceeds into Whitman County, Washington. Eventually, the road leads to Pullman, Washington. Pullman, Washington is approximately 10 miles from Moscow, Idaho. Both Pullman and Moscow are small college towns, and people commonly travel back and forth between them.
Page 7. Law enforcement officers provided video footage of suspect vehicle 1 to forensic examiners with the Federal Bureau of Investigation that regularly utilize surveillance footage to identify the year, make, and model of an unknown vehicle that is observed by one or more cameras during the commission of a criminal offense. The forensic examiner has approximately 35 years law enforcement experience with 12 years at the FBI. His specific training includes identifying unique characteristics of vehicles, and he uses a database that gives visual clues of vehicles across states to identify differences between vehicles. After reviewing the numerous observations of suspect vehicle 1, the forensic examiner initially believed that suspect vehicle 1 was a 2011 to 2013 Hyundai Elantra. Upon further review, he indicated it could also be a 2011 to 2016 Hyundai Elantra. As a result, investigators have been reviewing information on persons in possession of a vehicle that is a 2011 to 2016 white Hyundai Elantra. Investigators were given access to video footage on the Washington State University campus located in Pullman, Washington. A review of that video indicated that at approximately 2:44 a.m. on November 13, 2022, a white sedan, which was consistent with the description of the white Elantra, known as Suspect Vehicle 1, was observed on WSU surveillance cameras traveling north on Southeast Nevada Street at Northeast Stadium Way. At approximately 2:53 a.m., a white sedan, which is consistent with the description of the white Elantra known as Suspect Vehicle 1, was observed traveling southeast on Nevada Street in Pullman, Washington, towards SR-270. SR-270 connects Pullman, Washington to Moscow, Idaho. This camera footage from Pullman, Washington was provided to the same FBI forensic examiner. The forensic examiner identified the vehicle observed in Pullman, Washington as being a 2014 to 2016 Hyundai Elantra.
Page 8, at approximately 5:25 a.m., a white sedan, which was consistent with the description of suspect vehicle 1, was observed on 5 cameras in Pullman, Washington, and on WSU campus cameras. The first camera that recorded the white sedan was located at 1300 Johnson Road in Pullman. The white sedan was observed traveling northbound on Johnson Road. Johnson Road leads directly back to West Palouse River Drive in Moscow, which intersects with Conestoga Drive. The white sedan was then observed turning north on Bishop Boulevard and northwest on State Road 270, or SR 270. At approximately 5:27 a.m., the white Elantra was observed on cameras traveling northbound on Stadium Way at Nevada Street, Stadium Way at Grimes Way, Stadium Drive at Wilson Road, and Stadium Way at Cougar Way. Depiction showing Moscow and Pullman. It's just a map. Depiction showing white Elantra's path of travel, not to scale. And it is another map.
Page 9. On November 25th, 2022, MPD asked area law enforcement agencies to be on the lookout for white Hyundai Elantras in the area. On November 29th, 2022, at approximately 12:28 a.m., Washington State University police officer Daniel Tiengo queried white Elantras registered at WSU. As a result of that query, he located a 2015 white Elantra with a Pennsylvania license plate LFZ-8649. This vehicle was registered to Brian Kohberger, hereafter Kohberger, residing at 1630 Northeast or any Valley Road, apartment 201, Pullman, Washington. 1630 Northeast Valley Road is approximately 3/4 of a mile from the intersection of Stadium Way and Cougar Way, the last camera location that picked up the white Elantra. That same day at approximately 12:58 a.m., WSU Officer Curtis Whitman was looking for white Hyundai Elantras and located a 2015 white Hyundai Elantra at 1630 Northeast Valley Road in Pullman in the parking lot. 1630 Northeast Valley Road is an apartment complex that houses WSU students. Officer Whitman also ran the car and it returned to Kohberger with a Washington tag. I review Kohberger's Washington state driver's license information and photograph. This license indicates that Kohberger is a white male with a height of 6 feet and weighs 185 pounds. Additionally, the photograph of Kohberger shows that he has bushy eyebrows. Kohberger's physical description is consistent with the description of the male DM saw inside the King Road residence on November 13th.
Page 10. Further investigation, including a review of Latah County Sheriff's Deputy Corporal Duke's body cam and reports, show that on August 21st, 2022, Brian Kohberger was detained as part of a traffic stop that occurred in Moscow, Idaho, by Corporal Duke. At the time, Kohberger, who was the sole occupant, was driving a white 2015 Hyundai Elantra with Pennsylvania plate LFZ-8649, which was set to expire on November 30th, 2022. During the stop, which was recorded via a law enforcement body camera, Kohberger provided his phone number, ending in 8458, hereafter the 8458 phone, as his cellular telephone number. Investigators conducted electronic database queries and learned that the 8458 phone is a number issued by AT&T. On October 14th, 2022, Brian Kohberger was detained as part of a traffic stop by a WSU police officer. Upon review of that body cam and report of the stop, Kohberger was the sole occupant and was driving a white 2015 Hyundai Elantra with Pennsylvania plate LFZ-8649. On November 18th, 2022, according to Washington State Licensing, Kohberger registered the 2015 white Elantra with Washington and later received Washington plate CFB8708. Prior to this time, the 2015 white Elantra was registered in Pennsylvania, which does not require a front license plate to be displayed. This was learned through communications with a Pennsylvania officer who is currently certified in the state of Pennsylvania. Based on my own experience and communication with Washington law enforcement, I know that Idaho and Washington require front and back license plates to be displayed.
Page 11. Investigators believe that Kohberger is still driving the 2015 white Elantra because his vehicle was captured on December 13, 2022, by a license plate reader in Loma, Colorado. Information provided by a query to a database. Kohberger's Elantra was then queried on December 15, 2022, by law enforcement in Hancock County, Indiana. On December 16, 2022, at approximately 2:26 p.m., surveillance video showed Kohberger's Elantra in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania. The sole occupant of the vehicle was a white male whose description was consistent with Kohberger. Kohberger has family in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania, learned through a TLO search and locate tool database query. Based on information provided on the WSU website, Kohberger is currently a PhD student in criminology at Washington State University. Pursuant to records provided by a member of the interview panel for Pullman Police Department, we learned that Kohberger's past education included undergraduate degrees in psychology and cloud-based forensics. These records also showed Kohberger wrote an essay when he applied for an internship with the Pullman Police Department in the fall of 2022. Kohberger wrote this essay he had interest in assisting rural law enforcement agencies with how to better collect and analyze technological data in public safety operations. Kohberger also posted a Reddit survey which can be found by an open-source internet search. The survey asked for participants to provide information to understand how emotions and psychological traits influence decision-making when committing a crime. As part of this investigation, law enforcement obtained a search warrant to determine cellular devices that utilize cellular towers in close proximity to King Road residents on November 13, 2022, between 3 a.m. and 5 a.m. After determining that Kohberger was associated to both the 2015 White Elantra and the 8458 phone. Investigators reviewed these search warrant returns. A query of the 8458 phone in these returns did not show the 8458 phone utilizing cellular tower resources in close proximity to the King Road residents between 3 a.m. and 5 a.m.
Page 12. Based on my training, experience, and conversations with law enforcement officers that specialize in the utilization of cellular telephone records as part of investigations, individuals can either leave their cell phone or cellular telephone at a different location before committing a crime, or turn their cellular telephone off prior to going to a location to commit a crime. This is done by subjects in an effort to avoid alerting law enforcement that a cellular device associated with them was in a particular area where a crime is committed. I also know that on numerous occasions, subjects will surveil an area where they intend to commit a crime prior to the date of the crime. Depending on the circumstances, this could be done a few days before or several months prior to the commission of a crime. During these types of surveillance, it is possible that an individual would not leave their cellular telephone at a separate location or turn it off since they do not plan to commit the offense on that particular day. On December 23, 2022, I applied for and was granted a search warrant for historical phone records between November 12, 2022 at 12 a.m. and November 14th at 12 a.m. for the 8458 phone held by the phone provider AT&T, approximately 24 hours preceding and following the times of the homicides. On December 23rd, 2022, pursuant to that search warrant, I received records for the 8458 phone from AT&T. These records indicated that the 8458 phone is subscribed to Brian Kohberger at an address in Albrights, Pennsylvania, and the account has been open since June 23rd, 2022. These records also included historical cell site location information, CSLI, for the 8458 phone. After receiving this information, I consulted with an FBI special agent that is certified as a member of the Cellular Analysis Survey Team, CAST. Members of CAST are certified with the FBI to provide expert testimony in the field of historical CSLI and are required to pass extensive training that includes both written and practical examinations prior to be certified with CAST, as well as the completion of yearly certification requirements. Additionally, the FBI CAST special agent that I consulted with has over 15 years of federal law enforcement experience, which includes 6 years with the FBI. From information provided by CAST, I was able to determine estimated locations for the 8458 phone from November 12, 2022 to November 13, 2022, the time period authorized by the court.
Page 13. On November 13th, 2022, at approximately 2:42 a.m., the 8458 phone was utilizing cellular resources that provide coverage to 1630 Northeast Valley Road, apartment G201, Pullman, Washington, hereafter the Kohberger residence. At approximately 2:47 a.m., the 8458 phone utilized cellular resources that provide coverage southeast of the Kohberger residence, consistent with the 8458 phone leaving the Kohberger residence and traveling south through Pullman, Washington. This is consistent with the movement of the white Elantra. At approximately 2:47 a.m., the 8458 phone stops reporting to the network, which is consistent with either the phone being in an area without cellular coverage, the connection to the network is disabled, such as putting the phone in airplane mode, or that the phone is turned off. The 8458 phone does not report to the network again until approximately 4:48 a.m., at which time it utilized cellular resources that provide coverage to Idaho State Highway 95 south of Moscow, Idaho, near Blaine, Idaho, north of Genesee. Between 4:50 a.m. and 5:26 a.m., the phone utilizes cellular resources that are consistent with the 8458 phone traveling south on Idaho State Highway 95 to Genesee, Idaho, then traveling west towards Uniontown, Idaho, and then north back into Pullman, Washington. At approximately 5:30 a.m., the 8458 phone is utilizing resources that provide coverage to Pullman, Washington, and consistent with the phone traveling back to the Kohberger residence. The 8458 phone's movements are consistent with the movements of the white Elantra that is observed traveling north on Stadium Drive at approximately 5:27 a.m. Based on a review of the 8458 phone's estimated locations and travel, the 8458 phone's travel is consistent with that of the white Elantra.
Page 14. Further review indicated that the 8458 phone utilized cellular resources on November 13th, 2022 that are consistent with the 8458 phone leaving the area of the Kohberger residence at approximately 9 a.m. and traveling to Moscow, Idaho. Specifically, the 8458 phone utilized cellular resources that would provide coverage to the King Road residence between 9:12 a.m. and 9:21 a.m. The 8458 phone next utilized cellular resources that are consistent with the 8458 phone traveling back to the area of the Kohberger residence and arriving to the area at approximately 9:32 a.m. Below is a depiction, not to scale, of the possible route taken based off of the cellular site locations.
Page 15. Investigators found that the 8458 phone did connect to a cellular tower that provides service to Moscow on November 14, 2022, but investigators do not believe the 8458 phone was in Moscow on that date. The 8458 phone has not connected to any towers that provide service to Moscow since that date. Based on my training, experience, and the facts of the investigation thus far, I believe that Kohberger, the user of the 8458 phone, was likely the driver of the white Elantra that is observed departing Pullman, Washington, and that this vehicle is likely suspect number 1. Or suspect vehicle 1. Additionally, the route of travel of the 8458 phone during the early morning hours of November 13, 2022, and the lack of the 8458 phone reporting to AT&T between 2:47 a.m. and 4:48 a.m. is consistent with Kohberger attempting to conceal his location during the quadruple homicide that occurred at the King Road residence.
Page 16. On December 23, 2022, I was granted a search warrant for Kohberger's historical CSLI from June 23, 2022 to current prospective location information and a PIN registered trap and trace on the 8458 phone to aid in efforts to determine if Kohberger stalked any of the victims in this case prior to the offense. Conducted surveillance on the King Road residence, was in contact with any of the victims' associates before or after the alleged offense. Any locations that may contain evidence of the murders that occurred on November 13th, 2022, the location of the white Elantra registered to Kohberger, as well as the location of Kohberger. On December 23rd, 2022, pursuant to that search warrant, I received historical records for the 8458 phone from AT&T from the time the account was opened in June 2022. After consulting with CAST Special Agent, I was able to determine estimated locations for the 8458 phone from June 2022 to present, the time period authorized by the court. The records for the 8458 phone show the 8458 phone utilizing cellular resources that provided coverage to the area of 1122 King Road on at least 12 occasions prior to November 13th, 2022. All of these occasions, except for one, occurred in the late evening and early morning hours of their respective days. On these occasions, on August 21st, 2022, the 8458 phone utilized cellular resources providing coverage to the King Road residents from approximately 10:34 p.m. to 11:35 p.m. At approximately 11:37 p.m., Kohberger was stopped by Latah County Sheriff's Deputy Corporal Duke, as mentioned above. The 8548 phone was utilizing cellular resources consistent with the location of the traffic stop during this time, Farm Road and Pullman Highway. Further analysis of the cellular data provided showed the 8458 phone utilized cellular resources on November 13th, 2022, consistent with the phone traveling from Pullman, Washington to Lewiston, Idaho via U.S. Highway I-95. Or is it 195?
195.
At approximately 12:36 p.m., the 8458 phone utilized cellular resources that would provide coverage to Kate's Cup of Joe coffee stand located on 810 Port Drive, Clarkston, Washington. Surveillance footage from U.S. Chef Store located at 820 Port Drive, Clarkston, Washington, and adjacent to Kate's Cup of Joe showed a white Elantra consistent with suspect vehicle 1 drive past Kate's Cup of Joe at a time consistent with the cellular data from the 8548 phone.
Page 17. At approximately 12:46 p.m., the 8458 phone then utilized cellular data in the area of Albertson's grocery store at 400 Bridge Street in Clarkston, Washington. Surveillance footage obtained from the Albertsons showed Kohberger exit the white Elantra, consistent with suspect vehicle 1, at approximately 12:49 p.m. Interior surveillance cameras showed Kohberger walk through the store, purchase unknown items at the checkout, and leave at approximately 1:04 p.m. Kohberger's possible path of travel is depicted below, not to scale.
Page 18. Additional analysis of records for the 8458 phone indicated that between approximately 5:32 p.m. and 5:36 p.m., the 8458 phone utilized cellular resources that provided coverage to Johnson, Idaho. The 8458 phone then stops reporting to the network for approximately 5:36 p.m. to 8:30 p.m. That is consistent with the 8458 phone being in the area that the 8458 phone traveled in the hours immediately following the suspected time the homicides occurred. On December 27th, 2022, Pennsylvania agents recovered the trash from the Kohberger family residence located in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania. That evidence was sent to the Idaho State Lab for testing. On December 28, 2022, the Idaho State Lab reported that a DNA profile obtained from the trash and the DNA profile obtained from the sheath identified a male as not being excluded as the biological father of suspect profile. At least 99.9998% of the male population would be expected to be excluded from the possibility of being the suspect's biological father. Based on the above information, I am requesting an arrest warrant be issued for Brian C. Kohberger, date of birth 11/21/19 1994 for burglary at 1122 King Road Street in Moscow, Idaho, and 4 counts of murder in the first degree for the murders of Madison Mogan, Kaylee Gonzalez, Xana Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin. I declare under penalty of perjury pursuant to the law of the state of Idaho that the foregoing is true and correct, dated 12/29/22, signed by Brett Payne. Affiant.
All right, everybody. Well, I hope you enjoyed that. I hope you learned something, and I hope if this is the first time that you've read all the way through it or listened all the way through it, you found some interesting details in there.
Yeah.
So, interesting, and that is it. Let me know what you guys think. Was there anything in there you didn't realize that you forgot about, or it felt like new information? Let us know in those comments below.
We're going to talk about Papa Rodgers.
All right.
Now, Papa Rodgers has been highly debated, even in mainstream media. When I think of Papa Rodgers, I think Coffin Daffer, coming on several different shows saying she believed that Papa Rodgers was Brian Kohberger, because of the dates that he began posting, which was towards the end of November, and around the time, right before Brian Kohberger's arrest, the post just stopped. Which is strange. I have to admit, it's incredibly strange. I want to preface this by saying I have spoken with some people who say they actually had conversations, private DM chats with Papa Rodgers, and that there were actually 2 accounts, and that one they believed to have been law enforcement, and one they believed to have been a female.
Okay, that's interesting.
I have heard from many different people, different things, so I don't know. I mean, I feel like it's all just speculation, but I can see real links between Papa Rodgers and possibly law enforcement. I can see a real link there. Maybe one rogue officer who was taking it upon themselves, or Brian Kohberger. But what I think the most, and I'll explain why as we go through a few of the posts, because I am not going through every single post here. It's too much. There is a channel called J for Justice who has a video that is literally just showing all of the Papa Rodgers posts. So if you would like to read through every single one yourself, then I highly suggest go check it out, and I'll try to remember to link it in the description. But it's interesting. Now, here's one that I wanted to bring up that I feel is kind of important, okay? This is one that I notice a lot of people highlight when talking about Papa Rodgers as Brian Kohberger, as the suspect. How would they have known about this if it wasn't Brian? So, this is a post that is dated November 30th, 2022. And it says, of the evidence released, the murder weapon has been consistent as a large fixed blade knife. This leads me to believe they found the sheath. This evidence was released prior to autopsies. Now, everybody has said there's no way anybody knew about the knife sheath before the PCA. I don't think that's true at all. Not true at all. Because I have an article here dated November 18th, and I have seen other articles that I didn't pull up, but it would have took a lot more digging to find them again, but I know for a fact I saw articles dated in November and early December that talked about a knife sheath.
Yeah.
I know there was.
That seems like such a big find. I would be shocked to see something like that kept out of the news. But, you know, it's totally possible. We've seen it happen plenty of times where there's complete secrecy on it. But I feel like the secrecy really started happening after the arrest, in my opinion, or like mid-December, you know?
Yeah, for sure. But I have an article here that talks about the knife. So it says that officers have not identified a suspect or found a blade that was used to stab the students, Moscow Police Chief James Fry said Wednesday, but the Idaho Statesman reported this week that police are searching for a military-style knife in connection with the killings. Scott June, general manager of Moscow Building Supply, told the newspaper that officers have visited the store more than once to ask whether it sold anyone K-Bar branded knives. K-Bar of Olean, New York, manufactures military-grade blades that were originally designed for use by American troops in World War II. So, if you are a critical thinker, okay, and you have this information that police are specifically looking for a K-Bar knife, well, how would they know it's a K-Bar knife? You know, how would they know that? How would they have any idea? And then you look up K-Bar knives and you see, oh, they come with a sheath.
Yeah.
Did they find a sheath?
Yeah, that could be. That could be.
But I know for a fact there were experts on other articles that talked about a sheath possibly being left.
Yeah.
So I don't think he came to that conclusion all on his own.
Well, Annie Elise even talked about the sheath, didn't she?
I don't know.
From her eyewitness friend or whatever.
Oh, yeah, the leak from the FBI agent.
Yeah, I thought that she had mentioned a sheath.
I think you're right, actually. Yeah.
So that information was out there, and that video that she posted was pre-PCA. So
it was.
But I agree with you. Assuming none of that happened, I think that if police are asking for a specific knife, a very specific knife, there's a good chance something was left to identify that knife. Yeah.
So, yeah, that's a really good point to bring up. Do you know if I said Scott Jute? Okay? Mm-hmm. Remember, I mentioned Scott Jute was the manager of Moscow Building Supply. Okay. That they came in his shop and asked him about K-Bar knives. Well, Papa Rodgers says in this comment under that, but to Dustin, okay, there's this guy named Dustin responding, talking about the knife, and saying sheaths are usually like attached to a belt. I think it's far more logical than finding a sheath that they would know based off of the wounds what it is. Well, Papa Rodgers responds and says, but the police were very specific about the type of knife used. Scott Jute reportedly told them his shop doesn't sell the specific knife. So clearly he was reading the information that I just read.
Got it. Okay.
And I know for a fact that's been brought up in other articles and talked about a sheath possibly having been left behind. So this information was 100% out there. And within his comment, he says that this evidence was released prior to autopsies. Now, that's another point of contention. People are like, the autopsies weren't out yet. The autopsies didn't come out till like December something. Mm-hmm. So maybe he did have some kind of inside information. I don't know. Maybe he had his hands on a leak or something. I don't know. But
or he's from that area, or who knows? Who knows? Mm-hmm.
Yeah. They said they were very specific about the weapon, but very vague about every other detail, is what that post said. But, you know, moving on from that, there's also, here, this one's kind of weird. Somebody saying, like, basically, hear me out, that they noticed something about the Papa Rodgers account. They said they're not too familiar with, like, military uniforms. I'm trying to summarize it real quick so it makes sense. he made a very specific comment about the type of weapon used. I may have simply misheard it, but I had no idea this info was given regarding era of knife, as he states. Can anyone tell me if the uniform in the profile picture would be a 1940s Marine uniform? And then it shows a Papa Rodger post underneath of it saying something about, I'm sure there was visible evidence of a guard. For all we know, the investigators on the scene wiped a couple stab wounds clean to, like, investigate, like, to look at the wound, the shape of the wound.
Okay.
So I never thought about the guard. I think essentially what is going on here is, like, if you were stabbed by a K-bar knife, that guard is so big that it would cause, like, bruising around the area.
Yeah. I can see that, and that sounds smart, you know. I'm sure you would look for the smaller wounds that don't look like there's any tearing or anything like that, and see if that left a mark, because then you could have a good measurement of confirmation for how wide that guard is, if it left some kind of marking on the body. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, that's a good call out.
Okay, so here's more from November 30th. And these are, I think, the earliest. There might be a few that are a little bit earlier. I guess I am kind of out of order here. But I was just trying to bring up the ones that were most talked about, people were most curious about. But anyway, here's some from November 30th, where Papa Rodger says, I believe the killer... quote, like, oh gosh, parentheses, S, like killer or killers, came from the high side of the house. They were covered in blood after the attack. Then there's another post from the same day. Of the evidence released, the murder weapon has been consistent as a large fixed blade knife. This leads me to believe about the sheath. So those are both from the same day. I didn't realize that. But what do you think about him saying that the killers came from the high side of the home, which... Doesn't that technically mean, like, back there by the wooded area?
Yeah,
then,
where the hill is.
Yeah, and that they would be covered in blood. Do you think that shows any inside knowledge?
I do not think that shows any inside knowledge,
I agree with you. Why do you don't think it shows inside knowledge?
Well, I mean, that's just assumptions based on past crimes, experience, and, you know, just... Simple math. 1 + 1 = 2.
That's the side you said you would come from in your commission of the crime.
Yep. That is the side.
Yeah.
And I've never read any of these Papa Rodger's messages, you guys. I personally have not looked into Papa Rodger's yet.
There's not as much here as, like, I kind of hoped there would be. Like, when people were talking about him having inside knowledge, I
wondered that. I wondered if it was a whole bunch of hype.
I feel like it is, personally. Just personally, I kind of do. I guess there's a few oddities here that are a bit strange.
But this is just scratching the surface, really. So if people out there have more information, we'd love to do a second video and follow up on this. If we're missing something, help us out here, you know, because as you guys know, we dig into these topics and we don't look at these one way, biased or the other. Do I think, without reading everything or watching the J for Justice or J is for Justice video, sure, it could be Brian Kohberger. He wouldn't be the first one to take pride in his doings, you know, if he is the true person who did this crime. But I also think, based on what I've heard so far with those few messages, that it could also just be someone who's intelligent and staying on top of all the news coming out. Maybe a local that has local information. So there's a few things in here that make me think that there's a possibility it could be Brian Kohberger, just because I know that, you know, killers... There's a lot of them who have enjoyed really taunting police and stirring the pot and getting really close to being caught. Yeah. Almost like that's the rush.
Yeah.
How close can I get before I'm caught?
Yeah. So that is one thing that I think gives more validity to that theory.
I mean, BTK did it. That's how he got caught.
So, yeah. And the interesting part is that Papa Rodgers doesn't seem to make a lot of statements. He asks a lot of questions.
Oh.
Which I've seen compared to Brian Kohberger's Reddit survey, and that some of these questions Papa Rodgers asks are very similar to questions that Brian Kohberger asks in his Reddit surveys.
That's something we should do if we do a second video on this, to give our viewers a platform to ask some questions or give some submissions or suggestions, and then do a side-by-side comparison by things that we know Brian Kohberger read or wrote versus, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's
good.
A good idea. Or we could do it in the live stream after this, maybe.
Yep.
If we end up premiering this video.
Yeah.
Here is from December 2nd, and this is a photograph of investigators on the high side of the house. And Papa Rodgers says, "This is on the high side of the house. They found evidence here. It is likely blood dripping from the killers. Either they fled through this area or they were parked there. This is being the most strategic entrance point to the house. It shows planning." So one interesting note is that I believe it is stated that they think Brian Kohberger parked at the back of the house.
Yep.
That's where he entered and exited.
Yep.
So, I mean, yeah, maybe that makes sense.
To be fair, okay, and if you guys haven't watched how I would have committed the crime, there's a lot to think about, okay, when you're going to do something, any crime,
Yes.
and it's a very controlled situation where you don't want to leave any clues, okay? One thing that doesn't take any brain power when looking at this crime is where you're going to enter. It's not a question. Do you want to get caught or not? If you want to get caught, you walk in the front door that's on a lighted street, really close to the street, right out in front of everything, where you have no idea where someone could be standing and watching you from 100 yards away. The only option's the back. So that doesn't... Anyone could look at that house and go, oh, dude, they went in there. They went in there. They either went on the back side and the dark area from the top, which is where I would have done it, because someone wouldn't suspect that, or you do the slider. Yeah. It took no thinking power.
Yeah.
It's obvious, so.
Well, I think that's why A.R. Hayes said he would have picked the front door.
Yeah.
And he wouldn't have left anybody behind.
So he was thinking military clearing, not leaving anyone. So in that situation, yes, you pick either the top or the bottom, and so that you don't have anything behind you. I think that's different. I was thinking in relation to this crime, though, you know. Mm-hmm. But you're right. You're right.
Then he asked a question. And this is December 3rd, did the killers drive or walk to and from the scene? Thoughts? Like, see, it's just a lot of questions. It's a lot of questions.
Drive and walk.
So then he posts, this is a post that's talked about a lot too. So December 6th, Papa Rodgers says, based on the evidence, this is where I believe Xana was found. I saw questions asked like, why is he focusing on Xana? Like, that's odd. And I think the reason he's focusing on Xana is literally, you can see it in the picture, is because of the blood dripping down the foundation. Automatically, I think anybody who like really thinks about that situation is like, okay, there's blood dripping down the foundation. That has to mean a body is laying up against that wall or very close to that wall.
Of course.
So I think
feel
that's...
like it's an obvious assumption.
Right. So then again, like, I don't feel like this is insider knowledge.
Or
it is.
Could it be? You know, I know that there's a video that just came out that we talked about just last week, like a few days ago, where someone tried disproving the 4chan theory and saying that the 4chan theory is based on Papa Rodgers and a love triangle. So both of those things aren't true. But Could Papa Rodgers really, when considering this, be part of the 4chan theory that we've talked about?
But you know what? You know why I think that those two got conflated is because of Inside Looking.
What do you mean?
Inside Looking is a Reddit profile that a lot of people believe was Papa Rodgers.
Yeah.
And
Got it.
yeah, the eye and also the picture of Kaylee where it looks like
Yep.
from a window or something. You know, I actually saw Jay for Justice speculate, and I thought this was like a crazy speculation, or it actually might have been the Potato Girl, I forget her name, that was on that stream where they were going over this evidence. Like, the video I have pulled up right now is just the complete post. It is not them talking. They have a live stream where they talk about it and speculate, and I thought it was done really, really well. One of our viewers suggested it to me, Micro Kimmy, and I really appreciated that. And I appreciated their speculation because it was interesting to think about. Is Inside Looking and Papa Rodgers BK, or maybe just Inside Looking, and they said Inside Looking because he installed cameras in the house. Because I've been thinking about this the whole time. If BK left at the time they said, that wasn't that long to, like, survey the whole area.
Yeah.
Like, the cops were literally in the Banfield, like, a little bit earlier.
I know,
Like,
yeah.
there was police presence in the area and stuff. So it just makes me think, like, I don't know. Like, he just drove around a few times and then parked and ran up in there? Why didn't he sit and watch? That makes much more sense to me than driving around a whole bunch of times.
I agree, unless...
Did he have an app on his phone watching, or on some kind of device watching, like inside the home? That would be insane.
Yeah, that would be truly insane. But also...
What was that noise?
Also... could he have been trying to figure out the police presence?
Oh, yeah.
How many potential police cars are in the general area, and how fast could they get there if something went wrong and a 911 call went through?
That's a good point.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, and you know, just to say, like, because we haven't said it yet in this, you know, segment, is that neither one of us are bought and sold, you know, on BK's innocence or guilt.
No.
We're waiting to the trial to, you know, even formulate an opinion on that at all.
Yeah.
So
We just have some major question marks, though. It's not that we're not willing to commit. It's that there are so many holes in the evidence that we currently have and see that I don't feel like we have the puzzle. I don't see it.
There's a strict gag order on the case, and you know, we're not allowed to see much. So until those holes get filled, hopefully with supporting evidence in the trial, there's no way I'm making a commitment and saying I absolutely, you know, believe this guy is guilty. And I don't know. I don't feel like that's fair to do.
It's not.
But anyway, so going back to this post, he shows basically a layout of the home, and he shows that picture of, you know, the blood seeping down the wall. He shows the first floor and the second floor. Okay, you know, he shows this is Xana's room.
Here's something, though, that's interesting.
What?
Can we confirm where he got that layout of the home? Or is it something that was self-created? Because I think that could matter. Someone being interested enough to create their own layout of the home. Or is this something that was found online?
Well, you know what's interesting is it's wrong. The layout's wrong. Because look, this is all bath. That's not all bath. There's a laundry room and a bathroom. So that's not accurate.
Okay.
So there are some things that aren't accurate in this.
Does it show 3 floors? Or only 2? Because maybe that's pre...
But I do know that I saw layouts of the home pretty early on in the articles from our timeline video when we did that.
Mm-hmm.
And there were pictures that were showing Dylan and Bethany on the bottom down here, Xana here, and then Maddie and Kaylee up here. Like, that was pretty early on that they were showing that. And some layouts of the home. So I don't know. Like, you know, there's also something to be said, okay, that Brian could, let's just go down that theory and say that's true, that Brian's a guy.
Yep.
He could be putting this out, but not putting enough out that isn't already public information. He could be reading all the articles on it and saying, oh, they're saying that, and then posting it, and not saying anything that hasn't been reported by the media,
of course,
or is too far-fetched for a normal person to connect.
Yeah, I agree
So
with you.
I think that it's possible still that it could be Brian. Now, I have talked to people who really do not believe it's Brian, who said they literally spoke with Papa Rodgers, like in private messages. But they didn't give me proof. So without proof, I can't definitively say myself personally. I don't think this person would lie to me. I think they honestly believe that it's not Brian, and I think they honestly believe it's law enforcement and some girl who was receiving leaks from law enforcement. But it's, I don't know. I just already know from all of what I've seen so far, I think all of this would be able to be gotten from public information that was released on the case already.
Yeah, based on everything you've seen.
So far.
And I haven't, I haven't looked into enough to make my personal assumption. It is interesting using killer or killers very early on. It is interesting having the layout of the home. It is interesting having the evidence around the knife, because here's something interesting too, is that even if there is no information that wasn't released to the public, all major killers investigate themselves and pay attention to the case. Like Rex Heuermann, that's one of the pieces of evidence against him.
He was constantly looking it up.
This is the date and time. This is the date and time that he looked it up. This is the date and time that he looked this up. This is the date and time that he looked that up. You know what I mean?
Yep.
He was constantly looking things up about it.
Obsessively.
Yep.
Yep, that's very true. So December 9th, Papa Rodgers asked, did the killer stop at 4 victims out of exhaustion, convenience, or lack of knowledge?
Lack of knowledge. As in not knowing.
Didn't know they were there. So I know there's some kind of discrepancy here with the date. Can you look up the press release that happened in early December and see what date that was? Because, yeah, I mean, no. Like, we don't even need to know that, actually, because there's nothing special there either, because we knew at the press conference only a few days after the killings that there were 2 surviving roommates.
Yep.
So, no, there's nothing special there either.
You know what would be interesting,
Here's an interesting one that I wanted to talk about. They asked, Papa Rodgers asked when the dog was spared. I mean, again, I don't think that's anything unusual. Why did the killer choose that house over the others in the area? And then somebody gives an answer, okay? It says potential reasons. House full of girls, house full of specific girls, party house was familiar with the layout, may have been kicked out, location, has dark wooded coverage, lack of cameras, the 3rd floor windows have an obstructed view, perfect for like stalking the area, distance from his own house, apartment, car if parked at his place of residence. And that's not Papa Rodgers saying that. That's somebody commenting back. And Papa Rodgers responds, excellent.
Yeah.
Excellent. I kind of passed it a little bit, my bad.
Yeah.
So here's one thing that Annie Elise brought up that I thought was kind of interesting. I watched her video on the Papa Rodger situation, and she said that struck her as odd.
The excellent?
Yes. She said it sounds like a professor saying good work. And she said that professors often use the Socratic method in asking questions to lead the person to the answer that they want them to have. We've talked about this before, actually, that method of, asking questions that lead the person to the answer.
Yeah.
So,
Open-ended
and then
questions, yeah.
that sounds like a professor saying excellent, like great job. And it just struck her as odd that, and I kind of agree with it a little bit. It is kind of odd because he's asking all these questions. This person is going down the line of thinking he wants, and he says excellent. Mm-hmm. It does kind of sound like a professor. It
could be. It could be. They could also be just saying like, oh, excellent connections. There's a lot of times I respond to comments with things saying, oh, amazing, phenomenal, things like that, Mm-hmm.
It's odd. Okay, so here's another big one is the Google Trends that Papa Rodgers was pulling up at this time. And he was showing the Google Trends of people searching the home. Mm-hmm. And there is...
I've seen those.
You have?
Yeah.
There's a big hump. There's a couple big humps in like August. And I don't know why they cut it off like that. Now I can't see it. I saw it earlier. There's a big hump for a couple of the months. Hopefully we'll be able to post the picture here. It's cut off right here. But that's posted December 9th. And he says there's lots of activity on Thursday. Like, what do we think? It's just more questions. It is super odd, okay, that it was being searched that much before the crimes.
It is. Yep.
That's weird.
It is.
Somebody was stalking the house.
Yeah.
Somebody was.
Yep. They were.
Absolutely. Okay, so here's somebody pointing out an oddity, basically. And it says, interesting that original posters chose start date for this Google Trend thing for this address with month of August. He graduated, meaning BK, graduated June 2022 from DeSales in Pennsylvania and started fall semester at WSU for PhD. Lots of activity around second week of August. Wonder if that's when he came to know and met the victims. So I guess it's interesting he started at that point, but do you see, because I feel like that's a big thing. That's like a really big thing if you're the killer to point out. That's kind of almost like proof of your stalking.
Yeah. Maybe.
Do you think, what do you think about that? Showing the Google Trends, going of the line of thinking that it is BK, okay? Like, why do you think he would show that information?
I think it could be either way. I really do. If I'm being honest with everyone, I'm a little disappointed at the lack of evidence.
I know
with Papa Rodgers for how big of a deal everyone made it.
4chan is a way bigger deal than this, in my opinion.
It makes way more sense.
Yep.
Yeah, I agree with you. So I don't know how I feel about it. It could just be trends, and I think yes, those trends are interesting, but I also don't believe that this was done on a whim. So it's not surprising to me, those trends. That's what I would expect to see. We have a quadruple homicide. This doesn't happen on a whim. Somebody doesn't wake up one day after, just having a great life and like, I think today's the day I'm going to go end 4 people. You know what I mean? This is planned. This is obsessed over. This is thought out. This is looking up details. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. I know what you mean. But so then there's another body placement, okay, with this. It's another layout and it's another body placement, but in this one, so he still has Xana up against that wall where the blood is seeping out, but he shows Ethan like in the living room hallway area.
Yeah.
And he also shows investigators like
That's
kind of
where
in
it
that
came
area
from.
in the home. It is where it came from. It's exactly where it
I
came from.
thought, but everything I read says that Xana was found first. So
Right. Brett and Payne and Blaker's statement both say that.
yeah, that
And-
she was found first.
Yeah. And there's lots of other statements that say that too. But yeah, there's a lot here that honestly isn't like that important too. Like it's just like responding to people asking questions.
Yeah.
Like and him asking like why was a knife the weapon of choice?
So that's kind of weird. But...
What do you think is the height and weight of the killer?
Oh, those are weird.
They are weird. You're right.
That's strange.
It is weird. It seems like a study, doesn't it?
It does.
Yep.
Well, I don't know about a study, but it seems like they're trying to find out information.
Yeah.
Like how much information someone could know.
Yeah.
It does kind of feel law enforcement.
I told you that's my gut feeling is it's law enforcement.
Is if law enforcement didn't have a suspect at this time, they could just be fishing. You know what I mean? Just throwing out that line
Well, they
and
had a
hoping
leak.
some random person responds saying 5'10", 6'2", you know, for height and weight, whatever.
Yeah, it does feel like that. Are they fishing to see if somebody knows something? And they also had a leak. Are they trying to fish out a leak? Like, are they trying to
smart?
Are they trying to fish out for information that nobody else knows, that people shouldn't know?
If law enforcement did this, it would make me feel a smidgen better about them because this is a smart tactic.
This is super smart.
Yeah, it's a very smart tactic.
Yep. Is the killer still in Moscow, Idaho right now? And people said, like, no. Wait, is that... I think someone very much in their presence, but not exactly in their inner circle. At one point, Papa Rodger says that they were not a part of these people's inner circle. That they know... That essentially he knows the suspect was not a part of the inner circle. That they were an outsider. Which actually...
What does that mean?
Right. What does that mean?
What is the inner circle?
So,
you mean people who live in the house, people that are in the Greek life, people that are part of what circle?
Right. So then he says, I believe they are familiar but temporary to the area, like working a short-term construction project. Right? At some points he says he thinks the white car is a red herring, that it's not important, and that, like, okay... So we're looking for a white sedan, which is the most common color and shape in the country. Tell me about your thoughts. He said, because law enforcement just love their tip lines being out of control for a red herring. They've got so much spare time to throw out red herrings. I roll till they get stuck in my head, which is what somebody responded to him saying that. I don't know. It's strange. Why does he feel that it's a red herring?
It is
you know
strange.
What I mean?
I'm more excited to hear what our viewers say about it, though, because a lot of them have been on this case from day one, have seen almost, every creator that's around doing these videos. And I would love to know what really stands out. And if you know, send pictures, like help us connect those dots so that when we talk about this next time, we know more. Because I would love to see any comparison of what this could be compared and contrasted to,
Yeah. So he also asked the question if it could have only been one knife, because like one knife, 4 people, it would get dull. It could break. Like when you bring backup, things like that.
I mean,
but
I would never
people also point out the dates of like when he was asking, is the killer still in Moscow? That was literally the date Brian Kohberger left for Pennsylvania.
Oh.
Which is interesting connection. But like I said, I just wanted to scratch the surface on this. One other thing I want to bring up really quick. If you guys for one, if you have any more information on this or specific posts that you feel like point towards either law enforcement, Brian Kohberger, somebody else that you feel are important that I didn't bring up, let me know, because this is such a big thing. It's like so vast, you know? And I'm sure there's faked posts. I'm sure there are, just like 4chan. But if you would like to submit them to us, please do. One interesting connection that Annie Elise also made was that there is this guy named Elliot Rodgers, okay? And his name is spelled exactly like Papa Rodgers.
Okay.
And that is an unusual way to spell Rodger.
Yeah, I would think it's like R-O-G.
Do you know who Elliot Rodger is?
No.
He is essentially one of the founders of the incel community.
Oh.
He is like a hero to them.
Okay.
And he committed a mass murder with a knife, I believe. And he has videos. He has a huge, it's like over 100. It's 100 and something page manifesto that Annie Elise read. If you guys should check out that video because it's interesting. But I almost felt like that leans more towards law enforcement theory in my mind, not towards BK. But maybe, I don't know. But we saw this huge character assassination campaign, okay? Where they were trying their hardest to make him out to be an incel. And I truly believe that it was character assassination. Did law enforcement go with that theory of the case? And then when they're doing this whole, asking questions to the public thing, trying to see what people know, did they name it Papa Rodger for a reason, spelled like Elliot Rodgers, because they're going with that incel theory? And it also kind of makes it look like it could be BK later on down the line.
Yeah, maybe. Could be.
I don't know. It's strange. It's strange that this had a huge incel theory to the case through mainstream media and everything. And then you find out that the way Papa Rodgers is spelled is exactly like one of the biggest incels ever who committed a mass murder. It's spelled just like that guy's name.
Yeah.
That's weird coincidence.
That is a weird coincidence. Very strange.
So, I don't know. I want to hear what you guys think about all of this.
Do you think law enforcement has confirmed Papa Rodger is Kohberger, and that's a piece of evidence that has not been released?
There are, I believe, there's a meta warrant, I believe, for each victim, but then there's...
Oh, there's 10 on there.
I don't think there's 10. There's
a lot.
There's 7 or something like that.
Well, I obviously was exaggerating.
I'm super curious if Papa Rodger's Facebook account is one of them.
Yeah, me too.
Super curious.
Me too.
But let me know what you guys think, and if you want to point out anything, specific about the Papa Rodger post that you want us to dig into more.
Yep. All right, you guys. So... let's get into it. It's been a couple weeks since we've done one. Excuse me. It's been a couple weeks since we've done one. But an expert topic. So a science-y topic. A digging into some new techniques topic. And what's the title of this one? We're going to call it, Can New Technology Save the Idaho 4 Case? What do I mean by that?
Whoa.
So we have slowly, since we've been full-time true crime, going through all of the details of the investigation, the evidence that we see, and those details in the Brian Kohberger case, right? None of it looks very convincing. I think the best piece of evidence, and I think our community agrees, is probably the DNA. That's the biggest problem for Brian and the best evidence that the prosecution has against him. But any of the other evidence, at least with the details we have right now, doesn't feel very strong. It doesn't feel strong to me. I don't think it feels very strong to other people. I understand there's a lot of news and mainstream media out there that likes to make it seem like, well, they have such an abundance of evidence, and when you put it all together,
terabytes.
It's so obvious. But if you look at any of those pieces by themselves, it doesn't feel very obvious, right?
No, it doesn't.
We get classified a lot as getting grouped in with people online that are like fighting for Brian Kohberger's innocence. We do. I think there's this idea that if you question law enforcement in this case, you're trying to prove Brian Kohberger's innocent. And honestly, that doesn't mean anything to me. You guys know that that's not important. I am not out here trying to prove Brian Kohberger's innocent.
No, we don't want to defend a murderer, for one. For two, we highly respect law enforcement. But we also believe that if we see issues, it should be looked at and it should be judged.
I agreed.
They should be held accountable.
I believe that we own law enforcement. Law enforcement is ours. It is paid by our tax dollars. They are public servants, and it is our job to criticize them and the job that they are doing. So, when somebody criticizes and or tries to hold someone accountable, it means they care, okay? It might not feel very good if you're not doing a good job, but it means that they care, okay? So, going back to what I was saying, the Idaho 4 case with Brian Kohberger, the criminology student going for his PhD, what other evidence could there be? So we just read through the PCA tonight, and we know the triangulation in that area sucks. It is awful. There's no way they're going to get a sound enough triangulation. They're going to be able to bring it to court and have it actually mean anything, right?
Right.
So we had somebody, one of our viewers, I don't remember who, but shout out to you, that sent me this video, and it sent me down a hole of trying to figure things out. So I decided to bring new forensic investigative techniques to the table to see if there is something in this that could work for this case or other cases. This isn't only applying to Idaho 4. I think it could apply to anything, honestly. So, what am I talking about? I am talking about the hum.
What does that mean? What is the hum?
The Hummer. Let's dig into the Hummer.
When you said hum, I immediately thought of, because I just watched this lady on YouTube who, it randomly just popped up in my feed where she said the Nordic mountains were like alive or something, and in her video you could literally hear it humming. And it was so crazy sounding.
So there is a sound from the world that they can hear, but that's not the hum I'm talking about.
Okay, not the hum. It's not the Nordic mountains.
I'm talking about ENF, electrical network frequency, okay? And it's actually been used for about a decade, and they're getting even better with it. So what is ENF, and how does ENF potentially give a leg up in the Brian Kohberger Idaho 4 case that might give some new way to investigate, right? The best thing that I think we could find right now for the Idaho 4 case is Brian Kohberger's location. If we can get a sound bead on his location at certain times to actually factually prove he was like right by the house multiple times before leading up to the case, he was actually there during the crime, well, I think that would make me feel comfortable that he's the dude.
Oh, me too. And I find it really interesting that, on the night of the murders, which we just read the PCA on live stream just a little bit ago, they give us all of this location. He was here, he was driving here, he was driving there. But then it's like nothing at the actual time of the murders. Like,
yeah, it's because I don't think they have much actual evidence other than him transferring from one tower to another. There is no triangulation.
Well, and they say they have surveillance footage of supposedly his car driving around, but they don't ever cite video or any kind of location data, nothing about him entering the home, being at the home.
Yep.
Just driving around streets. And I think that's where it gets muddy. And I think if they had that, I think it would have been in the PCA. I truly do. If they had that at the time of the arrest, they would have said, look, we have video footage of this suspect going in the home or parking at the home. We see him. We got eyes on him. Like, there's no way they would leave that out of the PCA in my mind. I really do not believe so. Not in this case. I do not think so. Unless they got it after the fact, but...
Sure. So, the hum, what is it? So, alternating current, okay? When we are using electronics, when we have something plugged in, like our neon lights here, like our lights here, like our lights there and there, like our microphones here, computers, phones plugged in, everything, there is an alternating current. It is the AC current, right? So imagine these big giant telephone lines. And I don't know if you guys have ever been around them, but out in the desert of Las Vegas, we used to go to Lake Mead all the time when I was growing up. And there's these giant power lines because they got a power Vegas, which is in the middle of a dust bowl, you know, in the desert. And if there's not a lot of other noise around, if you're by those lines, you can hear bzz, 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 you know what I mean?
I've heard it before, yes.
Yeah. And I hopefully you guys have heard it, but if not, that you could probably look it up and hear it, honestly. But what that buzzing is alternating current. So the difference between alternating current or AC current is it constantly changes direction. It's going forward, backwards, forwards, backwards, forwards, backwards, and it builds up almost like this compression that allows us to get more electricity for less total amount, like, of creation. Yeah, it's strange how to explain it. It
generates itself?
Yeah, yep. And it lasts longer, essentially. I'm trying to dumb it down without going too far into the difference between, like, DC and AC or whatever it is. But yeah, it goes back and forth.
It makes sense. So that back and forth kinetic building up kinetic energy, almost like it's generating.
It's Tesla's baby.
It's like regenerating itself, essentially.
Yep. It was Tesla's baby. Without going too far into that, it was a way to get more electricity.
Nikolai Tesla.
Correct. Yep. So, but that current creates a hum. There's no way around it. It is in the U.S. standard is 60 hertz, okay? In other areas of the world, that's 50. So you could have anywhere between 50 and 60 hertz. And what 50 or 60 hertz means is that it's changing direction in the wire in the U.S. 60 times per second. That's an extremely high rate of change. You're talking about changing the momentum and direction of electricity forwards and backwards 60 times a second. So to me, that when I heard that makes sense why there's that hum. Think about how much energy that creates changing back and forth every 60 seconds per second.
Okay, so how does that...
60 times per second. That creates a vibration and in slight variation. So when electricity changes, it's not swapping perfectly. It's creating slight variations. Maybe for 1/1000th of a second, it went a little bit more forward than backwards, or you know what I mean? And that creates fluctuations in the variations that is vibrating and creating that hum. We can't hear it, but that hum around electrical things is always there. Always. I can't hear it right now, you guys, but it's here.
Now. I've definitely heard it within my home. Like I've definitely heard it before. But yeah, typically you can't.
Here's a good test for you guys. If you want to understand what I'm talking about and you've never heard it before, plug an auxiliary plug into a stereo or a computer and turn it all the way up. And on the end that you're supposed to plug into a phone or headsets or whatever, pinch it between your fingers really hard, and that creates the hum that we're talking about. That I don't know why, I don't remember. I knew it one time, I don't remember now, but it creates that hum where you can hear the hertz going back and forth.
Okay, so what does this have to do with forensics?
Yeah. So those hertz then create sound. That it turns that vibration into sound. Sound obviously travels really far, and can get picked up by other things, right? So how that can help in forensics is all across the U.S. There's different power grids and areas that's getting power, all right? Now, a good example of that would be a video that that I'm going to have overlaid here that everyone else will be able to see. But we had in 2012, San Diego had a blackout. I think they call it a brownout, where it was a semi-blackout. Okay, so. Just to give you guys an example of the power grid. So we're broken up into power grids in the U.S., and those power grids are huge power grids where, you have like the main one being like Texas, then you have the eastern side of the U.S., then you have the western side of the U.S., and those power grids are running at different frequency and different hertz and constantly fluctuating and constantly giving off different vibrations, all right? Well, those vibrations, when analyzed by an expert, could be identified from coming from different areas. So,
what?
Coming from very specific areas. And what I mean by that is, in the last decade, these variations are being recorded by the EIA, the U.S. Energy Information Administrative, so EIA.gov, okay? The Energy Information Administration for the U.S., and they record these electrical signals. They record how the hertz data is running through our electrical systems. Now remember, those hertz give off a very specific sound. Now think of how many electronics there are in our cities, in the world, in the US right now. And then think of areas like metro areas that are super heavily populated that will give off a lot of those vibrations, right? Well, let's say you want to find out where in the grid and at what time somebody was at.
Okay.
Let's say they have a phone on them. Let's say they were talking to somebody on that phone, right?
Okay.
And on that phone, on the other end, they get some kind of a recording. They leave a voicemail. An application is running in the background and picks up sounds coming into that telephone. Well, those sounds that are going into that microphone is the hum, is those frequencies that we're talking about. So then if you get an expert who is able to get their hands on that data from the applications, from the voicemail, from the endless amount of possibilities of recordings, an expert can identify exactly where at in the electrical system that hum is coming from and the specific time. So here's a good example of the grid. That's
crazy.
Look, this is the grid in the San Diego blackout. So this is September 8th, 2001.
It doesn't even seem like it was worse than San Diego.
Look, you can see it start to drop. Do you see on this graph right here? This is where it should be. Okay? This is where the blackout starts. And this is recording the sound coming off of this network of electricity. It's called the Western Interconnection Hemisphere.
Huh.
And it drops, okay? It drops under 59.98. And then hang on, here's the map of it. You'll see these light up, these main hubs. Boom, boom, boom. And then it's coming back to normal. Do you see all those fluctuations in the map?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, imagine you have a cell phone and you're recording those fluctuations in the background by an audio that the human ear cannot hear, but the electronic microphone can pick up. So if you want to find out where somebody is at, these sounds that that our electronics give off is so reliable, it's like a fingerprint.
And at 1122 King Road, there's a house that picked up a thump and a dog barking.
There's a house that picked up a thump and a dog barking, but there is also a cell phone that could have been in airplane mode. There are cell phones right around there. I'm more worried about finding out where Brian Kohberger has been for the last couple months. That's the important thing here. So how many times has Brian Kohberger left a voicemail? How many times has a background application picked up audio from his device? How many times, you know what I mean? Is there any audio that we could get analyzed to find out exactly where he was within this grid of electricity?
That's really interesting.
It is interesting because we need to try and figure out a way to locate somebody on this specific grid without triangulation. Triangulation isn't going to work, you guys. It's not going to work.
Not in this area, yeah.
Right. And, you know, I don't like feeling like the only thing that I do is criticize people. I also want to offer solutions. And when someone sent me this and it put me down a rabbit hole, I feel like this could potentially be a really great solution.
You're right.
I think there has to be a whole bunch of different times we could get some sort of audio recording from Brian Kohberger's electronics.
So, does it say anywhere on there that this has ever been used in a case before?
It has been, actually, here. And we'll show this video, too. This is this was put out over a year ago by a creator named Tom Scott, okay? And he's talking about this from the UK. And he reaches out to an expert.
Work. Okay. Well, to find out, I asked some friends of mine who make videos to send me over some footage, straight out of the camera, unprocessed, unfiltered, and I asked the forensic team, can you timestamp it? First up, footage from Taha, one of the team behind educational channel Answer in Progress.
There's quite a strong component here, and you can see it's got a bit of a wobble. We use a signal processing algorithm to extract the peak, and we constrain that algorithm so that it can't suddenly jump up here. So even if there is a higher amplitude something up here, it will stick to this curve. Then compare. If we know that a recording was taken on a certain day, then we just need to give it a day's worth of national grid data. If we're not sure when it was taken, we'll throw everything at it and it'll take a bit longer to process, but it's not prohibitive.
Spot on. Got it to the second. Although it's important to say that the team never said they were certain about the timing, only that they had a very high chance of being correct. And yes, they were. Next up, footage from sex and relationships educator.
All right, so she does 3 of them like this.
Does she get every single one right?
The third one, she said there is no data. But what's interesting is in the third one, they have a fan going. A fan is giving off its own sound and frequency.
You're right.
From the blades.
That would mess it up. Yep.
And they're trying to listen for a hum. The fan is technically creating a vibration in the air, creating that hum, right?
Oh, that would for sure mess it up.
It absolutely. So, but this blew my mind. Absolutely blew my mind. And the way it's presented makes it sound so reliable. So in cases, you know, it made me wonder, are human beings just too stuck in their routines to look outside the box for these other types of investigative avenues like this? Is there anything in the Brian Kohberger case that can prove his guilt or prove his innocence with background application data that could have recorded him, similar to like when you're talking about Reese's peanut butter cup cheesecake, and then the next thing you know, your phone has Reese's peanut butter cup cheesecake popped up on there. That microphone is on and working.
Right.
So where is that data going in the phone? That audio going in your phone, and what settings are turned on in his phone, and can it give us access to any of those audio snippets to give us access to the ENF, the electronic network frequency hum in the background?
That's wild to think about. Like, oh my gosh. How many ways can we be traced nowadays? Like,
I think this is a great one.
No, you're right. This is great. This is wonderful. I mean, for law enforcement to investigate cases like this. But yeah, I think that your question now makes a lot more sense about the microphone, in the beginning.
Yeah.
Like how you asked that question, like would somebody just walk up in a house knowing what they know about tech that has TVs with cameras and microphones, refrigerators with microphones and cameras, like computers everywhere, phones, tablets, like so much tech now has phones, microphones and cameras that it's like, is that a very smart decision that a well-informed like person who has experience in technology would just do? Just walk up in a house like that.
Right.
And yeah, that's a good point. Like that they can literally locate you based off of the frequency of the sounds in the background of a video or audio recording.
Now, here's another interesting thing, too. I want you guys to try and think about how far this goes. So this is a college town, okay? There is electronics everywhere plugged in. You're talking security cameras. You're talking the voice system or whatever that's called for emergencies, the emergency button, the sound system for recordings, lights, all these different things, not to mention the houses in the area with who knows what electronics are plugged in. So within his car, okay, because I don't think the hum is anything we have to worry about. I think in any city, there's going to be enough of the hum in the background that as long as we have a recording, we should be able to pick that up. Now, it should also, with enough fine-tuning adjusting, with an expert, get that hum identified and singled out from any environmental noise, any verbal talking noise from a human, and then identify where that is coming from within the grid. Because these grids are recorded. So you should be able to get the rough general area of where somebody's at in a grid based off of how the grid is reacting in that specific area.
So in order for them to be able to place Kohberger that night, there would have to be some kind of audio recording, right?
Yeah, but
like from something. Something would have had to record sound that was attached to him.
Yeah, but it doesn't have to be intentional recording. Somebody doesn't have to hit record.
I understand that.
But yeah.
Something would have had to have recorded, is all I'm saying.
Yeah, like a phone that does all the time.
A phone that does all the time?
Yeah. We just talked about this the other day, where I told you, as long as a phone's on, a microphone's being a microphone.
Yeah, but you said it doesn't necessarily get saved.
Correct. Not necessarily.
But it can
depending on your settings.
Okay.
Yeah. So background app data, if your settings are on, can save those audio snippets to customize your cell phone experience to you. That's why when you're asking that question, I want to be very clear. Nothing had to hit record.
Okay.
To get audio.
Okay.
Also, I'm thinking in a car that records with a black box. Some of them have audio recordings.
Oh, really?
Yep.
I didn't know that.
Yep. So, what are some of the other ways someone could be recorded?
That's super interesting.
By audio, because all you need is an audio. It's not a guaranteed thing, but have we looked into this?
Right.
And if we're looking into this, how many other things can we look into to try and identify? I'm not an expert on this, but what I hoped to gain by showing this was giving people an example of other investigative tools that are out there.
Yeah, I think it's really beneficial. It's super interesting. I wonder how many police officers even know about this. I wonder how, I just wonder,
know.
Do they even know about it?
I don't know. But so there's smart TVs, Alexas, computers, cars, smart watches, anything that has a recording device on it could be used to get audio to locate somebody and actually verify for certainty where they're at what time.
Wow.
Yeah, and where they're at in the grid. So, I don't know. For me, it blew me away that there are so many other potential options, right? And it left me with quite a few questions, like like the one I said earlier. Are we a society or country of people where we're just stuck in our old ways? Like, we know cell phones get used in court. We know DNA gets used in court. We know camera identification of vehicles gets used in court. But what do we know that can 100% guarantee his location when cell phone data can't, that can locate him or others?
I think that the FBI and, big organizations like that handle, like, investigations like this, I think a lot of them do get, like, the newest tech pretty early on. Maybe not super early, but earlier than local tiny town police. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but here's the thing, though. So that school was given $1 million. That's academia.
Yeah.
Academia gets the newest tech before anyone. They are the first ones to get it.
You're right.
So is it possible where the college could have been helping in this investigation with some leading edge technology like this? Are we covering all bases here? Because for me, this was incredible stuff, like absolutely incredible. Understanding the sound that all of our electronics give off, that sound being able to be recorded by a device in our pocket against our will or within our will, by choice, leaving a message or calling somebody or a video or a butt dial or a recording or any of the things that can activate an audio app, background data, any of those things, and be able to identify exactly where they're at in our electrical grid and at exactly what time.
That kind of blows my mind.
Yeah.
It's just, it seems way different than, like, the traditional ways that we've tracked people.
I mean, I think
maybe
it
it's
is.
not. Maybe it's not like, but
it is way different.
Cell phone data is, like, essentially frequencies too.
No, it's not like this.
Okay.
Yeah, it doesn't even. It's not even the same.
Not in the same, like, ballpark at all. Okay.
You're talking about tracking somebody's sound based on background harmonics.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Cell phone data is, a mix between wavelengths that are issuing data connection and triangulating that. So, but I'm super curious what you guys think about it. This was incredible information to me, like incredible, that somebody can identify where you're at anywhere in this power grid, anywhere in this power grid, and at any time, just by getting that recording and popping, a couple, and I'm sure it's not that simple, but they just write a code to identify that exact background hum to find you in the recordings of the grid, and bam.
It's wild stuff.
Yep, it is.
I'm super curious about it, though, and cases that it's been used in.
Yeah. I thought it was amazing. Science is amazing.
It is amazing.
So, let me know what you guys think.
Wait, could the acoustic testing at the home have anything to do with it?
Maybe. I don't know.
Because isn't that weird? The acoustic testing, like after the fact, maybe it's not about the acoustics of the home. Maybe it's about the hum.
It could be. Maybe they have some sort of recording. Maybe his phone could have been in airplane mode and he was recording what he was doing, the audio recording.
Okay.
And they're comparing how good they would hear the hum from outside with that audio recording. It's totally possible. But it's so interesting knowing there's a hum right now on this video that experts can identify that I can't hear.
Can you hear it? Leave it in the comments.
Wild.
Yeah.
And I feel like these avenues need to be used more. But
yes.
Let me know what you guys think. I'd love to know your input.
So, StickerGate. About 3 years ago in 2020, stickers that looked like a Soviet symbol, okay, on, you know, the on the sticker, and they started popping up all over Moscow, Idaho, okay? It said Soviet Moscow, enforced because we care, that has like the hammer and the sickle, like, you know, Soviet Union, Russia.
Like Moscow.
Yep, like Moscow. They started popping up over town,
Making fun of the cops.
On poles, and yeah,
that's what I was wanting.
It was about the cops and the local government.
Like
it was actually less about the police force than you think. But yeah, the cops are involved in that, for sure. They started popping up.
Communist Idaho.
Yep, exactly. Well, it was more about the thinned skinness, as Doug Wilson would describe it, of the police force and, you know, basically the justice system in Moscow. So what happened here? So I don't know the exact date of all of this, because in every website that I pulled information from, they didn't really put an exact date of when this happened. And even when I saw interviews with Doug Wilson, he didn't say an exact date of when these things happened. All I'm going off of is a news report that was posted September 24th, 2020, about this whole situation. They were reporting on it as it happened. And this is, okay, so we're going to start at the very beginning. So this all happened. StickerGate happened because of a church, Doug Wilson's church, in Moscow, not being happy with the mask mandates during the pandemic. So they protested it. And they set up what Doug Wilson describes as a psalm sing.
Okay.
And it was a protest towards the mask mandates at City Hall. Prior to them doing it, the city put out dots like all over like the lot in front of City Hall, that everybody had to stand on to stay 6 feet apart and wear their mask. Now, Doug Wilson, who is the minister of the church, said that, you know, the reason they weren't happy with these mask mandates is because Idaho had like fewer than 350 cases, compared to the rest of like the nation, that they were like especially Moscow was barely touched by COVID, and it felt too restrictive. It felt like it was taking away rights. You know, they didn't agree with it. So they show up to do this psalm sing after there was an extension on the mask mandate. And Moscow was actually one of the only cities in Idaho to even enforce a mask mandate.
Okay.
So an extension happens to make the mask mandate go longer, and they decide, yeah, we're going to do this. So they show up. He said there is hundreds of people that show up. They do a prayer and like 3 songs. It lasts about 15 minutes, according to him. And towards the end of it, 3 arrests happen because people didn't stay on their dots.
No, what?
People decided not to stand exactly on their dots, and the police were standing there and decided they were going to make some arrests. So who got arrested? There was a married couple, the Bonet family, a husband and wife that got arrested, and also Gabe Wrench, who was the Republican representative that was running for county commissioner at that time in 2020. He was arrested as well. So, after that happened, which there's a federal lawsuit that has been filed against them because of that arrest.
Against the police?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I think maybe the government, like the local government too.
Okay.
But yeah, there's been a federal lawsuit filed against them for this. But they dropped the charges because they realized, basically, once they were going to prosecute this, that it was not illegal for them to do this, because within their own city ordinance with the mask mandate, religious organizations and political organizations, like when they, like a protest, like anybody meeting to gather because of religious purposes or political ones, were exempt. So the charges were dropped. Well, after this, Doug Wilson's son has stickers made.
Okay.
And they were these stickers in questions, the sickle and the hammer, basically calling Moscow, calling them out for being thin-skinned. And in his interview, he said, how did they react? By being thin-skinned.
Yeah.
Because he said, basically, one night, his grandsons were out, allegedly disseminating these stickers, posting them up on poles all over town. And within Moscow, which it's a 1950s law, okay, that was passed in the 1950s, that stickers are only not allowed on poles in town if they are for like a political campaign or advertising, trying to sell a product. Other than that, they're allowed.
It sounds like they're getting so granular, like over stickers.
Yeah, so that night, the police stopped the boys, and one of his grandsons is handcuffed and put on a sidewalk, and they are interrogated, but they call his son, whose name is Nate Wilson, and he comes and picks his boys up, and they're let go. Well, a week later, they are served and told they will be prosecuted for this.
Jeez.
Yeah, crazy, I know. So they get served. He said he didn't think the cops would have even expected this to be prosecuted. But they are charged with 13 counts each of stickering that carry a sentence of 6 months each, meaning they were facing 6 years for putting up stickers around town. And he said this is the first and only case that has ever been prosecuted for this offense, ever, since the inception of the law. It has never been used once.
What?
And he said there's stickers all over the polls in Moscow. It's a college town. This is a very normal thing to do.
Absolutely.
So, yeah, they face those charges, and they also arrest his son for printing the stickers in the first place. What?
Yeah, like it...
Printing stickers?
Conspiracy to...
No, printing stickers. That's ridiculous. It's absolutely absurd. He also talks about how they declined to turn over, so they go through this big legal battle, essentially. And I don't want to get down in the nitty-gritty of every bit of it, because I have a lot more to cover here than just StickerGate, to be honest. Because Doug Wilson's church is up for question at this point. I've seen several content creators, including Harsh Reality, talking about Doug Wilson and the messages he preaches. There is rumors that it's kind of culty, the way they run their church and everything. So, I don't want to make any accusations here. Really, I'm just presenting the evidence that I have found, and you guys form your own opinions. I'm not here to tell you what to think about any of it, because they could all be super great people that have nothing to do with anything at all. I have no idea if there's any connection to the Idaho 4 case. The only thing I do know that StickerGate in particular proves is that there's this kind of authoritarian climate. Okay. Is what I feel like.
I mean, because we could see it in the body cam footage that we've watched. Surprisingly, this doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, and it's also really interesting that who is present in that body cam footage, which we will get to in a moment. But I have an interview here, which is on KTVB, about it's not about StickerGate, it is about the protest that started StickerGate. Mm-hmm. And it has Gabe Wrench, who his brother actually is part of StickerGate. He, along with Nate Wilson, got these stickers made. Okay. But it has an interview, and they said that their church holds things like this a lot, yet Chief Fry told the news here that no, they've never done this before. This church has never done this before, yet the church is claiming that they have done this lots of times in the past. So, I mean, I don't know what the truth is, honestly, but it shows the video of, the arrests and everything, then it shows Gabe Wrench talking about it, and I have to be honest, his arguments about the mask mandates and all of that, and, his rights, and, saying that police don't have the right to make him wear a seatbelt or a condom or a mask. I was like, oh, okay.
So it's pretty political.
It's very political, and I don't want to get into the politics of it. Yep. I really don't. It's kind of hard not to even mention it, though, because this church, these leaders of this church are highly political. Doug Wilson is highly political. He very much believes in his religious rights. He is very much like a right-leaning conservative who's anti-abortion and other things. On his website, he has a whole page about his controversies, which I found interesting to read through. Because there's some interesting controversies on there. I'd be curious to see where those controversies originated, what his original statements were to make people believe he believed some of these things. Because some of it is very outrageous, Yeah. But Harsh Reality actually did a video on Doug Wilson recently. I hoped these pictures had transferred to my computer, but they did not, so I have to pull them up real quick on my phone. But in these pictures, Harsh Reality's referencing a Twitter account who seems to have been following, Doug Wilson and his wife. Things that they've said online and stuff, because Doug Wilson's very much online. He has his own YouTube channel, Twitter and Facebook accounts, and he posts things very regularly. This post shows Nancy Wilson, his wife, describing how she spanked a toddler for not being happy to see her. A 3 to 4-year-old, she spanked them for not being happy to see her.
Whoa.
This is a quote from Doug Wilson that Harsh pointed out. Burn all schools, hang all the teachers. Doug Wilson, controversial self-appointed pastor in Moscow, Idaho, in his blog post, No Quarter November, October 30th, 2023. It's an interesting post on his blog. Burn all schools. So he said that there was nothing wrong with our current education establishment that could not be fixed by burning all the schools and hanging all the teachers. Now, some might want to dismiss this as an extreme measure, but visionaries are often dismissed in their own day. You may say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one.
Okay.
Yeah, here's another quote from Doug Wilson. Discipline must be painful. The tenderness of parents, particularly of mothers, is a common point of stumbling. This tenderness, which refuses to discipline, is a kindness which kills. God has required us to inflict pain on those who are dear to us.
That's scary. And it sounds very, what's her face? I'm drawing a blank right now. The therapist that tied up the kids.
Oh, Jody. Hildebrandt.
Jody Hildebrandt. That sounds very Jody Hildebrandt.
You're absolutely correct. It does. So here's a post, and this is the Twitter account that Harsh is referencing, Jenny Cohn. It says, about Doug Wilson's influence in the town of Moscow, Idaho. If you think you are safe from the theoretical assault on America because you believe you live in a blue city, you may want to take a look at what Doug Wilson is doing in Moscow, Idaho. And this is the post that it's a screenshot. It says, a Guardian investigation has revealed that a controversial church whose leader has openly expressed the ambition of creating a theocracy in America has accumulated significant influence in the city of Moscow, Idaho. Christ Church has a stated goal to make Moscow a Christian town, and public records, interviews, and open source materials online show how its leadership has extended its power and activities in the town. So here's one thing I want to say. StickerGate shows they don't have any influence over law enforcement unless it's with very specific people. So clearly the town government does not support that church, or else they wouldn't have had StickerGate and the protests happen.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
They're still fighting it. So they have a web. They have
to this day.
Oh yeah.
Like the town hasn't given in?
Look, this is
Dude,
basically is basically a give send, it's like a GoFundMe, and it's called Give Send Go and .com, and they have a fund on here created by Heather Wilson, which is a relative clearly of Doug Wilson. Their goal is $100,000.
They've raised $52,000?
And they've raised $52,000.
In a church that a town has 5,000 people or less?
This describes the situation of StickerGate, and there are regular updates. The most recent one is June 8th, 2023, and it is an update about, it says, the occasional update on our family's ongoing legal saga. To get right to the point, we recently lost our second criminal round and have begun the process of appealing to the Idaho Supreme Court. The ISC could take the case up themselves and send us to the Court of Appeals. Either way, the war of attrition continues. But we truly do not want to live under a government that reserves the right to selectively arrest and prosecute citizens for protesting their illegal behavior. And so we are unwilling to retreat from the field unless God requires us to. In encouraging news, the city of Moscow was recently forced to settle in the lawsuit regarding their illegal psalm sing arrests. Hopefully that will result will help wisdom grow among local, low-level politicians everywhere. So the federal lawsuit filed against them for the 3 arrests at the psalm sing have been settled. But other than that, StickerGate is ongoing. They are trying to appeal to the Idaho Supreme Court. And there's many updates prior to this on here. I also have Doug Wilson's blog where he talks about it a lot, but I'm pretty much done going into StickerGate, to be honest. Like, there's not much more there other than proving issues within the police department that they would be, as he put it, so thin-skinned that people can't put up stickers criticizing them. Like, that is some Orwellian Soviet Union Russia type stuff. Like, you literally just proved their stickers as accurate.
Yeah, that's really funny that church did that, though. Basically called them all communists.
Yeah. Fascists, I think, is more the point.
Yeah. Just so, Russia during that time was
fascist.
The Soviet Union. I think wasn't it communist Russia?
Yeah, but Stalin was a fascist.
Right. A fascist leader.
Communist.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, is very similar to Hitler.
Yeah.
So, just saying. Okay, but now where's the connections here? So we have these accusations of it being like a cult type thing. It's highly political. It's highly like religious, like more of that extremist,
scary
right-wing religion thing.
Scary religion. I wouldn't even say right wing. I just, that's like terrorist religion.
Yeah. Okay.
You know what I mean?
Where
not right-wing religion is like Christianity, your basic Christianity, and that's great. Like,
not necessarily.
I love people to be that Southern Christian.
There's lots of Democrats and left wing that are Christian.
That Southern Christian belief system, and I fight for those people to have those beliefs, and that's not dangerous. That's just that right wing Christian homestead idea, that the Republican Party keeps up. So I don't want to offend those people by associating them with this.
No, you're right. You're right. Yeah.
This is religious terrorism.
Yeah, there's on every side, there's always going to be somebody that's going to take it to the extreme.
Yeah.
And I feel like this is extreme. So I think StickerGate is messed up. I think the characters behind StickerGate also have their own problems. So one officer that has been speculated about online a lot is Officer Nathaniel Rosendahl.
Yeah.
I found that he grew up within this church and logo school that was created by Doug Wilson.
No way.
Yes. And I have confirmed this over and over and over again. Like, I know it for a fact. This is not questionable. So Logo School releases a newsletter, and they've been doing it since like the early 2000s. Here, let me pull it up real quick. Where's the Logo School thing? It's early 2000s. But anyway, I have some screenshots here proving all of it. But anyway, so Nathaniel Rosendahl, apparently his family's originally from Indiana. They moved to Moscow. And the first that I see of them being a part of this is in their Logos like school letter that they release. It seems like on a season by season basis.
Okay.
And the first Rosendahl name I saw was Josiah, which is his brother. And I found all their Facebook accounts. I connected. I'm not going to show those, okay? I'm not going to show any of those, but I confirmed it because there's family photos.
Okay.
It is a fact. And then I found Rosendahl's senior quote, and I compared it with pictures of him, and I also found family pictures of all of them. But I found his senior quote in the news thing, like in their little magazine. And here's Nathaniel Rosendahl. I found pictures of him playing lacrosse for the school. And I also found a blog post from a local guy who, and I'm not going to mention his blog, but he also talks about like Nathaniel Rosendahl like crashing his bike into a tree and stuff. And like, so he's very much a local. But why I bring this up is I think it's really interesting. And by the way, they continue to be a part of this church. I don't know about Nathaniel himself, but his sister graduated in 2019 from this school. Nathaniel graduated in 2013. His brother graduated in I think 2011 or something like that.
Okay.
So they continued to be a part of it for many, many years. So I just find it really interesting to find a link that he grew up within this church that people are bringing to question so much.
Yeah, a weird connection.
Because
there's some flawed ideas within that church. A lot of those things that are said, look, I don't think most Christians would hear that and be like, oh yeah, that sounds just like something we want. No, those are crazy ideas. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
The sticker thing, that's funny, okay? That's really funny. But stickers don't harm anybody. It doesn't hurt anything. Dude, what the police should have done is, sure, put those boys in cuffs, gave them a couple razor blades, and said, go take all of them off. Then you can go home and get out of here. Come on. You know what I mean? That's so ridiculous.
Yeah. So I did want to mention one of his brother's quotes was, in his senior year, was interesting to me. Because I'm really just, I think it's, when you're looking at anything, it's interesting to look at the belief system. Okay? It says at the end of his statement for, it's like a senior quote, that's usually in a yearbook. But it says, you need to be your own man and keep pushing it. Following cool people around won't make you cool. Be a leader. Interesting, right?
Okay.
And,
cool people.
Yeah, cool people. And here's a picture of how Logos School advertises themselves. It's on 110 Baker Street, Moscow, Idaho. Logos School is a charter member of the Association of Classical Christian Schools. It talks about the Logos Times, published 4 times a year for the families and friends of Logos School. I don't know. They have do you know the schools that they would send women to teach them how to eat with the right forks?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
They make all of
preparatory schools.
Yeah. They literally do that to all of their students.
Oh.
Teach them manners.
That's weird.
Yeah, it's a little weird. It's a little strange.
Okay.
It's a little strange.
Yeah.
And then they have this big dinner event where they I don't know, show off how mannerly. I just made up that word. How good their manners are, and they dress up all fancy.
So why are so many people so bought in that this church has some weird connection with this crime? Did anything like that come up?
So,
because I've heard this church get brought up a lot, but I've never seen concrete evidence come blaring out at me to where I needed to actually look into it. And I've heard of StickerGate a lot. I didn't know StickerGate had anything to do with this church.
Yeah, it has everything to do with this church. It is literally
the reason.
The reason. This church is the reason it happened. The founder of this church or the minister of this church, it's because he's a highly controversial leader. He's said a lot of things that are offensive to a lot of people. And I mean, a lot of churches have schools. So it's not like I see an issue in a church having a school.
No, of course not.
It just seems...
Their teachings seem
a little bit odd.
Outdated.
Now, there are some really enriching things that they offer that I think are actually kind of cool. But, and it seems like if you have a big community of family and, like, you know what I mean? Because church community becomes like family. It might be a really enjoyable place to like grow up.
Yeah, maybe.
But the ideas that are being taught there are very like traditional, which I'm not saying anything's wrong with traditional. It's just Doug Wilson, some of the things he says are so extreme. Like, he clearly believes in corporal punishment. And, you know, like that whole thing about doing harm. And
he said that all teachers should get hung. Look, I don't care what your beliefs are. I don't care how old and original and classic your Christian beliefs are. There is nothing out there in the world where all of our teachers should be hung.
Right.
That explains it all.
No, you're right.
That's psychotic.
You're right. Yeah.
So is he really psychotic, or is he just trying to get clout, you know? Mm-hmm. Get some attention, for those of you that might not know what clout means.
Yeah. But yeah, if you go to the school's website, there's a ton of information on what their purpose is, what their journey is. I just thought it was super interesting that Rosendahl was connected to this church that people have called into question. I don't know why people have drawn a direct connection between this church and the crimes, other than I did hear Harsh talking about, like, maybe these type of girls, like whoever did this crime had ideas like this, and so they had, that was the motive, that they had a lot of hate for maybe like these type of girls.
Yeah.
Maybe. I've always had question marks surrounding Rosendahl. I've always had question marks. I felt like his behavior in the body cam footage was
strange.
Very strange.
Yeah.
Very, very strange. I felt that it was very authoritarian. Mm-hmm. And it kind of makes sense where he came from.
Yep. I agree with that.
So, you know, I also found out he's prior military, too. And we have heard rumors that the police force in Moscow, which we know Payne is prior military too, that they pretty much exclusively only hire prior military for their law enforcement.
Strange, but okay.
But yeah, these are just like tidbits of information. I hope to show some screenshots. I don't want to straight up out like a bunch of family or anything. This is public information that they post online, you know, for anybody and everybody to find and see. But it's, you know, we haven't heard much about Rosendahl, and there's huge question marks surrounding him. He was out in the Banfield that night. Some of his behavior in the body cam footage is questionable. Like taking pictures of Kaylee's ID, saying they knocked on the door when they didn't, going straight to the back door to look in their house.
Yeah.
Like they're talking about how there's no stairs to the balcony. The way they treated the students in the body cam footage and were bullies.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just got big question marks. So I found it interesting to find a connection there.
Yeah.
And if it's...
No, I think it's good.
If it's nothing, then it's nothing. But I wanted to share it regardless, and hear your feedback.
Yeah, I think it's good. I learned a lot. I didn't know that, and I have been curious about StickerGate. So yeah, it's good. Let us know what you guys think.
Yeah.
All right, here. So moving on to my last story of the night, we are going to be covering a viewer-requested topic. And we've had a few recently of viewer-requested topics, and sometimes I'll pull up like a few of them at once and just see what information is the most current. And this one's really current. So have you guys or you heard anything about Brianna Ghey?
I don't think so.
From the UK, Manchester area, similar area to a crime that we recently just covered with the male true crime killer.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the similar area. So, okay. Who is Brianna Ghey? Brianna Ghey was a 16-year-old transgender female presenting child, 16, a child, you know what I mean? Like, I understand they're teenagers, but that's still a child, man. And she was horribly and brutally murdered. So, you know, there's a lot of, like, politicized topics saying it was due to her being trans. I don't necessarily know if that's true after I've done my research. Do I think that could have added to it? Yeah, I think that could have added to it based on some of the things that I've read. But let's just get into it here, okay? So this crime took place in Kolcheth, and it took place in a park in the area. It was called Linear Park because it is a super long, straight stretch of a park in the Manchester area.
Okay.
This crime took place on January 11th of 2023, so this year. Brianna was, like I said, a transgender female presenting person. She was really active on social media, had over 30,000 followers. So in the Europe area, this is getting a ton of attention. 30,000 followers, that's quite a bit, you know? And she was constantly posting online. Yeah. Well,
that is a lot.
The details around this case are just really awful. So, you know, I guess we'll start with how she was found and kind of go from there. So, you know, unfortunately, in Linear Park, there was a couple walking their dogs that walked up on her and found her face down in the mud and stabbed 28 times.
Oh.
On her head, neck, chest, and back, all upper body, and just a super bloody, gruesome crime scene.
That's sad.
It is sad. Now, 2 children, 15 years old, both of them at the time of the crime, 15 years old, have been arrested for this. Yeah.
I wish I could say I'm surprised, but after a bunch of the child killings that I've seen in the recent years, unfortunately, I'm not surprised.
I know, unfortunately. Now, in this area of the world, they are very strict on names being let out to the media, right? And these kids are underage. So they are referred to as Girl X and Boy Y. This case is going on right now. These children have not been charged yet. So
wait, they haven't been charged?
I mean, they haven't been convicted yet.
Oh, okay.
They haven't been sentenced. But I want to go over this case, okay? There's not much to the crime itself. The crime was just really heinous, really bloody, really awful, and it's more about these kids than anything. So what happened after that is these 2 kids were arrested, right? And they're brought to the Manchester Crime Court. And based on everything I've heard, it's a smaller court system, and this court is just jam-packed with people because the media is obsessed with this. She had, 30,000 plus followers, and it's getting a ton of attention, political attention. It's getting attention from literally everywhere. So, who is Boy Y and who is Girl X? Well, the best information I can give you is these were people close to Brianna. How Brianna ended up getting to the park that day was Girl X had asked her to come hang out. I haven't heard anything yet saying that Brianna knew Boy Y. But Boy Y did know Girl X. they knew each other pretty well. They
Makes
had been
sense.
talking for the past few years and talking about some wild stuff. Now, they met Brianna at Linear Park to hang out. According to their story, they hung out with Brianna for a little bit, like 10 minutes or something like that. Then Brianna picks up her phone and says, hey, I got to get out of here. I'm meeting a man from Manchester. And they're like, wait, what? And then she's like, yep, see ya, bye, and leaves, okay? And these two kids go home. Well, they start texting each other. Girl X says, hey, you know, my brother said someone got hurt in Linear Park. Boy Y responds saying, oh, no, you know, do you know what happened? And Girl X says, no, I don't. And it's just a lot of that back and forth conversation. What I just said is not exactly what was said, but essentially that's what's being said here.
Yeah,
then
acting like they don't know what happened.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then it shows them finding out, like, oh my gosh, someone died there. Someone just got stabbed, like, right next to my house, you know? And then it shows him sending a link, and then she's like, oh my gosh, yes, that is Brianna. I did know her. I'm going to have my mom call the police. So her mom, Girl X's mom, calls the police and says, hey, we just want to let you know that my daughter was with her, the victim that you guys are putting all over the media and the news, before earlier that day. Well, 2.5 hours after that call, Girl X and Boy Y get arrested.
Oh,
And
wow.
I know.
That's pretty quick, actually.
I know.
I'm kind of surprised by that.
And they're brought into court. Now, I understand that things are called different in Europe, in the UK. Yep. I'm going to reference them by what they would be in America, just because if I'm trying to remember that on top of all these details, I'm going to mess something up, okay? So I'm just going to say the prosecutor, because I think it's the
Magistrate.
Crown Court Magistrate is what it's called over there. But they're prosecuting them, so I'm just going to use that term just for everyone to understand. So
Yeah, that makes sense.
they get brought to court, okay? And when they open up the case, they, and this is day one, they go into, the defense starts talking about these two suspects. And they say that, get this is crazy. So they come into the courtroom and say that both Girl X and Boy Y have mental health issues, and they're special needs kids. I don't know if there's any validity to that. All I know is what's said and reported from the case. So the initial claim is that Boy Y is supposedly diagnosed with autism. Okay? And suffers from high levels of social anxiety while limiting his verbal communication skills. Now, Girl X was diagnosed and said to have traces of autism. I have no idea what that means, okay? I'm not saying it's not possible. I just have never heard of that. Traces of autism with ADHD and also displaying high levels of social anxiety. Therefore, they've been given the approval not to have to show up in court every time, meaning they're going to be on video sometimes. So are those diagnoses going to play into them being held accountable in this?
The court's decision.
I don't know, but it's interesting.
I think they will be. I don't know how the UK treats, like, because you know in the US,
well, you gotta wait till you hear the rest.
Well, you know in the US how, like, when a child murders somebody, a lot of times, like, if it's pretty horrific like this is, they will treat them as adults. They will be, charged as adults, go to adult prison and all of that.
Yep.
So I'm curious if this is found to be true that they have disabilities, which at this point, I'm like, I don't know if I believe that.
Yeah.
Will they not be treated like adults at all? Will they be treated like little kids?
I don't know. They're 16. I didn't go into
That's
all
pretty
those
close.
details, so I'm not 100% sure. But So, the defense gives a little bit, essentially what the defense would be gives a little bit of their background and those issues that they're working with. Now, what their version of the prosecutor is, the magistrate goes into opening their statement of what's going on here, okay? And she gives the whole rundown. And, Saturday around 3 p.m., February 11th, 2023, a couple walking their dog found Brianna bloodied and face down in the mud in Linear Park in Colchester, Cheshire, with 28 stab wounds. As this couple walked, talking amongst themselves, they saw a man and woman ahead, okay? So a ways ahead of them. And the man bent down, almost looking like he was tending to a dog. And this is a very notorious dog walking park because it's long and linear.
Makes sense.
They then quickly walk away and exit towards, like they're exiting the park. Once they got to the tree line, they started jogging. So like they were trying to make it not seem like they were walking fast away, but as they got further away, they started jogging, okay? Once they got closer, they realized it wasn't a dog that he was bending over tending to, that it was a person. So this couple saw two people, saw them.
Okay.
Now, they realized this person was not moving and appeared to be dead, which they reached out to authorities at that time, and it looks like the damage was awful. I mean, it says that one of the stab wounds severed two large veins so deep that it was causing damage to the bone. So some aggression, strength behind it, and all of that.
No.
So the prosecutors or magistrates continue to say that these two talked and planned for weeks ahead of the crime about killing her. And this is the part I was saying that we need to listen to. Because at first, I looked over the evidence, okay, when I first started reading on this, and I was like, wait, that doesn't sound like 100% for sure. Then I heard about these, okay? So.
Okay. It kind of
remember,
reminds
this
me
is
of
the prosecution side, so
it kind of reminds me of Mary Collins a little bit, like Friends, and like somebody who's like kind of having trouble like fitting in and everything.
Yep. Well, the prosecutor says that these two have been talking for weeks ahead of this crime about ending her. So both boy Y and girl X have since turned on each other now in court, saying the other did the stabbing. And I just want to give a comment that clearly neither of them are very smart criminals. Otherwise, they would know that blaming the other confirms they were there.
Right, you just
confirmed you were present.
Yeah.
When if both of you didn't say anything, they would have to prove you were present.
Right. Yeah, you just confirm you were there and part of the crime.
Yeah, a lot of people don't realize that blaming somebody else is you pointing a finger at yourself, dude.
It absolutely is.
Unless you called the police on them.
But they're kids. Like,
I
what
hear
do you expect,
but I guess I should do more research into how they manage kids with lawyers and legal and everything. I don't know. But I read that and I was like, ooh.
It takes a lot more than with adults. That's all I know.
Yeah.
Because they have to be able to understand, get a gist of what's going on there. Mm-hmm. Especially if they're being treated as adults.
Yep.
Like, it's a lot more.
In response to that, the Crown said that it doesn't matter. They don't care who stabbed. Because of the evidence they found, they planned and executed their plan together. So they don't care that one of them did the stabbing or not. They're going after both of them the same. So,
well, that's good.
Yeah, I agree. I think if they both were talking about it and had premeditated knowledge of this, that it should go that way. Mm-hmm. So, girl X and boy Y have known each other for about 4 years and talked about normal things like love interests and friends and things like that. And they also have evidence that they've been talking about how they want to kill people that they knew. like multiple people, okay?
That's kind of scary. Were they going to go on to be like a serial killer duo?
I think they were. I really do, based off what I have
That's
here.
super scary.
They even talked about an exact way to end someone in the same exact way Brianna was ended, okay? It's like she was implanted into that plan, you know?
Right.
Here's Girl X even went so far to say in quotes in text, if I do end up killing M, I have a really sharp blade like the one Sweeney Todd uses. And if we do kill M, can I keep some things like a couple teeth and an eye?
Oh my
I don't know
gosh.
how I would cut an eye out or the teeth out. I guess we would have to torture before killing. Yeah.
What?
That's what I'm saying. Like,
What?
after I read this, there's no maybes. I haven't seen this evidence. I'm not there, obviously. This is just the documented opening statement of the Crown, right? Giving the story of these two. But if this is text message evidence, like, good luck, kids. You know?
Right.
Jeez.
Like, this is pretty horrific.
This isn't normal teenage communication of being, like, angry at your parents in life.
No.
That's weird.
Well,
Wanting
obviously,
to save an eye and teeth?
yeah, I mean,
So-
they're wanting to kill somebody and save body parts. Yeah, there's like nothing weirder than that.
She then searched serial killer urges and talked about how she has hallucinated having this person's blood all over her and hearing these screams and this guy choking on blood and seeing herself smiling and holding a blade.
Ugh,
Yeah.
eerie.
On December 5th of 2022, Girl X sent Boy Y a link for a torture film. A black site and the dark web... Oh, she says, for a black site and the dark web... Oh, no, I'm sorry. She sent him a link for, like, a black site,
Like
torture web,
red room?
snuff-type film. Yes. And then follows that link up and says, I love watching torture bits, real ones on the dark web. I've loved it for a while, and I'm really happy I found a good red room. Boy Y, on his own, searches poisons to use and the effect of nerve agents. So these kids were like two sociopaths, complete sociopaths that found each other.
They were like going fully in, like head first in.
Agreed. So X also told Y recently she developed an obsession of a trans girl named Brianna. She said she found her fascinating, saying, I'm obsessed with this person I know, not attracted to, but fascinated. And she also has a D, lol. He responds, is it a femboy or a... I'm not going to say this word because it's offensive to some, okay? The T word, right?
Yeah.
TRAN, you know what I mean? A month later, X says the fascination has now turned darker. X says she tried to kill her once already.
Wait.
And tried to give her an overdose of pain meds on January 18th. Girl X sent Y a picture of a bloody tissue and scissors and says that she's going to eat human flesh.
Oh.
Right.
Oh.
Now, 5 days after that, she sends a picture of red tablets, unknown, saying she gave these to Brianna, but she threw them up and didn't die. This is now a second attempt. Yeah. So Brianna's mother confirms that she remembers around this time Brianna being really sick and Brianna literally saying to her mom that I feel like I'm dying, and she was sick for multiple days. So they don't know what this was, but it feels like there were multiple attempts on her life. So X says to Y that she has killed 2 people, but it says in here there's no evidence of that. So she could have just been making it up and, acting big or whatever and bragging.
Because it's so cool to kill people.
Yeah, and Y, the boy responds, how fun. Now, over the next few days, these two talk in depth about killing 4 people, including one being an adolescent child.
Oh my goodness.
And then state Brianna is the backup plan. So on January 26, 2023, the following conversation proceeds. So Y suggests to kill this person E, okay, because he's the easiest. X suggests they build a noose to make it seem like a self-ending. Y replies, nah, just stab him, slit his throat, and stab his back. X asks, could I stab him? And Y says, sure. I know a hidden spot nobody goes to in Linear Park. You manage to get him there, and we'll meet at the post in Linear. And be like, let's sit and chill for a while, and then you will restrain him while I slit his throat and help. Yeah. Y says, if we can't kill the boy, then Brianna will be the backup, and X agrees. X responds to that saying, yeah, it will be easier anyways. I want to see if it, calls Brianna an it, I want to see if it will scream like a man or a girl.
Oh my God, this is horrible.
I agree. It is so disgusting. It is so horrible. That is this a one-off, or is this area having issues with, trans hate?
So, I mean, I don't know what the truth is, but I have heard from several political commentators online that the UK has an issue with trans hate. Like a pretty bad one. But I don't know. I don't live there. I would be curious to see people who live there discuss that.
No, and that's why I'm
we're looking,
discussing it. I want input.
Yeah.
I want to understand these things because this is awful.
We're in America. Like, we're on the outside looking in, and, like, it's not always the truest, most accurate picture. If you live there, you're going to understand, the political climates, the culture, the belief systems better than somebody from another country is going to.
Yeah.
So I don't know for sure, but I have heard that there's a severe issue. Like, we covered, actually, a girl who passed away who was trans, who was living there, I think, back a long time ago. Or I was looking into it. I don't know if I actually covered it. But it was also an issue within the UK where they weren't giving it the attention it needed or something like that.
Yeah, it's wild. So I don't know, reading this, if I feel like it's a hate crime. I don't know if she was targeted because she was trans. I don't know, or if that's just what got the guy interested and maybe he hates trans people. I don't know. I don't know. There's not enough information that I could find confirming that. One thing I do know is that regardless if hate's involved, I find this absolutely disgusting because, whether it's a trans person, whether it is a born female, whether it is a born male, whether it is none of that, in my opinion, if you're a human, you deserve to live a free, open life, not having to deal with hate, not having to deal with worrying about having to go to a public park and being stabbed 28 times. There is something seriously wrong here. And it honestly feels like it really sucks Brianna had this happen to her, but it sounds like somebody was going to have it happen to her.
No.
I mean, somebody was going to have this happen to them because they were on a path of no return.
So I think multiple things can be true at once. Okay, I think that you're right that clearly this was going to happen to somebody no matter what, but also they may have chose specifically Brianna because of being trans too. Like, I think both of those can be right.
Yeah.
I don't think it has to be one or the other. It could have been anybody, but she was there and convenient and also trans, and they could have chose her because of that.
Yeah. It's clearly she was substituted into the plan for this other person. So
yeah.
I'm curious why, one of our viewers specifically wanted us to look into this. Is there something more to it I'm missing? Or did they just want to be able to get this information out so people could have awareness to it, because this is a child. These are all children. And the way I see it is 3 children lost their lives. Now, look, if these messages are real, these kids cannot be out in the street, okay? They have to be locked up. There's no way around that. They need professional help. So it's not like this is a misunderstood child crime. These are sociopathic kids in the making if this is real. These are major problems to society here. And they were hunting people is what was essentially going on. Planning to hunt these people that were on their 5-person list. I just send positive thoughts to her parents, man. I saw a whole bunch of pictures while I was looking this up. It looks absolutely horrible, and she was just like dressed in some teenage-looking outfit going to the park. There's a video of her last moments getting on the bus and everything, and it's really crappy. The situation's really crappy, so
it is really crappy. It's kind of scary that I feel like parents nowadays have to teach their children to not even trust like friends or peers. Like if you have somebody wanting to meet you all alone, like maybe it's not a great idea, even if they're your friend. And you've known them for a long time, or you're becoming friends with them. Like, maybe it's not the greatest idea to meet them alone.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. But because there's been many cases, and I think the trans element, it adds a whole nother element to this case. But I think you're totally right. I think they were going to do this no matter what. They were almost like curious what it would be like and fantasizing about it and planning like all these little things, and it's sickening. Like, I wonder what caused this in them.
I just can't believe a 15-year-old had a Tor browser, an Onion browser, and was looking on the dark web at red rooms. Like,
that's wild. So do you think the internet caused these issues, or do you think home life caused these issues?
No. I am a firm believer the internet doesn't cause issues like this. I don't believe that.
So you don't think like a relatively normal kid couldn't get an Onion browser or Tor or whatever, get on, red rooms and start fantasizing about murdering somebody?
I've been relatively good on a computer almost my whole life. I've had a computer as long as they've been out. I've seen all kinds of gross stuff. I used to look at rotten.com, and I was always sick to my stomach. So no, I don't think just because it's there, it's going to create some weird sociopathic desire. No, it grossed me out always.
Yeah, no, I definitely got on rotten.com as a kid too. I know what you're talking about.
So I don't think so.
Yeah, it never made me fantasize about murder, that's for sure. It made me really grossed out.
Yeah, I'm curious what you guys think. Is there something on a computer or technology that you believe could cause this? I don't believe that. I don't see technology as bad. I see it as a good thing, and humans in general hate growing pains. We all do. We don't like change. None of us do. True. New technology and continued technology and more time on screens, those are changes that are making people worried that they see their kids doing that they never did as their kids' ages. And I understand that worry, but there's no turning back. There is only forward. So we got to figure out how to do it. And I don't think there is anything out there that creates things like this, because before any of these, we had some of the worst serial ender times ever in the 60s, 70s, 80s. Yeah. There was no screens.
Yeah.
So I just don't see
there's
it.
like black and white TV, but that's about it.
Yeah. But I'd love to know what you guys think about it. Our thoughts go out to Brianna's family and Brianna Ghey's family. Her last name's spelled really weird. It throws me off. It's Ghey. It's pronounced Ghey. So Brianna Ghey's family, and hope they get through this okay. And we just hope that justice is brought to the people that are to blame for this.
Yeah, justice, accountability, and I hope that, some intense mental... I mean, I feel like, especially in situations like this, like, they need mental health help, obviously, but also it's instructive for, like, the future. Like, in my mind, like, when you see a kid go down a path this wrong, and, like, multiple kids at that, like, what caused it? What was the catalyst for them even taking a fantasy and, like, enacting it? And, there's just many things I think that can be learned, and it's really unfortunate that Brianna lost her life, and it's really, really sad, and, deepest condolences to her family. But hopefully, when something this horrible happens, hopefully there can be something positive gained out of it, so their death isn't in vain. And I think learning about how, like, this happens to a kid, like how they go down that path, where it starts, is, like, really important to learn. So hopefully it can be prevented in the future. And also, like, protecting your kids against other kids that could do something like this.
Yeah, but let us know what you guys think.
I ran across a Nancy Grace YouTube video, okay? And, when it comes to Nancy Grace's coverage, there's some things, like, especially with the Idaho 4 case, that I've taken issue with. But on this topic, I agree with her. I agree with Nancy Grace.
That's weird.
That's weird. But what are we talking about? So, Rex Heuermann's wife recently, for the first time, showed up to a court hearing of his.
Okay.
She showed up in a Mercedes-Benz. Okay, this is the woman who has a GoFundMe to support her family.
That claims she can't pay for her medical.
Yeah, who has cancer, can't pay for her own bills, like lawyers, medical stuff, whatever. Their own home. Like, she literally needs help supporting her life because they don't have enough money. All right.
That's weird.
Rolls up in a Mercedes-Benz with a camera crew following her. Interesting.
Yeah.
So what's up with the camera crew? Well, she signed a deal, and there are rumors that it's $1 million contract. She's going to be getting paid $1 million, possibly, for this, with Peacock. To do a documentary on the court process from Asa's, I guess, perspective, the court process of, Rex Heuermann's conviction. Because let's be honest, he's going to be convicted. Like, there's too much evidence here.
The evidence is too stacked.
I get presumed innocent till guilty, but dude, there's so much evidence here that it's like, there's no way he's not getting convicted.
My big question is anyone else going to catch any charges? That
is my question too, and that's what I want to talk about here. So she shows up to the courthouse with this Peacock documentary crew, and at one point, Rex Heuermann glances at her, and she grins at him, like smiles big. He smiles back at her, and then he walks out of the courtroom. Weird, right? Because they filed for divorce like months ago. She filed for divorce against him and seemingly hasn't supported him at all. Well, he also signed the house over in her name.
Oh, dude, then the divorce is... So I heard about the divorce.
It's image. It's all image.
It's image, and it's so she doesn't lose the kids.
Yep. Well, they're not children. They're adults.
All of them are adults?
I'm pretty sure.
Oh, okay. Well, never mind. Then it is just image. And I wonder if it's so the bank accounts don't get locked up then. Because normally you have to worry about kids, or you have to worry about the bank accounts getting locked up, or you have to worry about something like that.
Yeah, so Victoria, the daughter is 26, Christopher 33.
Okay.
Son.
Yeah, I'm way.
Yeah,
I'm
they
mixing cases. Yep.
Yeah, they are not children.
Yep. Gotcha.
They are full-on adults that still live with their parents, I guess. But anyway, so yeah, they exchange grins and glances. And we have some statements from her lawyer that she was like emotionally ready to finally see him in court. That she was anxious and wanted to see him in person. And this comes after she actually went and spent an hour with him in jail. And it was the first time they had seen each other since his arrest.
I wonder if it's the first time they've talked, though.
Oh, no. She had phone calls with him before.
Okay.
But this is... She goes and sees him in jail, and they spend an hour together. And then she shows up to the court hearing. And he... Okay... Basically, one of the lawyers says that she doesn't think he's capable of these crimes. That she believes he's innocent. That he didn't do it. Then why'd you file for divorce?
Yeah. I don't know if the divorce has any play on his guilt. I don't think so. I think that it could be a way to save herself financially. Because remember, okay, if they're married and she gets paid $1 million by Peacock, he's still half owner of that. The feds can lock it up. If she files for divorce, that's no longer the case. So I think it's just about money.
I agree with you. Okay. So Nancy Grace had on John Ray, Gilbert's attorney, who we heard the
Mr.
new...
Snazzy Pants?
Yeah, Mr. Snazzy Pants, who we heard the new witness affidavits and testimonies from, basically claiming Asa was in the home when Karen Vergata was there. And it sounds like there's multiple witnesses that are saying, like, there's even a situation where supposedly Asa got upset that one of the prostitutes that Huerman brought to the home stole like an iron for ironing clothing, and she got mad and made everyone get out of the car and searched the car and stuff. And so clearly there's evidence that she was aware of his little secrets of, or whatever, having prostitutes over. Literally having prostitutes over and swinging and everything else. And, you know, they talk about how, you know, she wasn't a battered woman, because that was basically the argument. Like, they're kind of going back and forth. Nancy Grace, I think, agrees with John Ray, but she was also trying to play the devil's advocate a lot, and saying, well, because I think that's important. Like, we try to do that here, play the devil's advocate, and that actually legitimizes a lot of things more. Like, if you're believing one thing, if you play devil's advocate and go down the other line of thinking, the opposing line of thinking, sometimes you end up legitimizing that line of thinking originally. Yeah. Which I feel like is what she did in this. She ended up legitimizing the idea that Asa full well knew, aided and embedded, and maybe even participated in Rex Huerman's extracurricular activities.
It's very possible. I didn't realize who she was until we went through the new statements. Since I have since heard the new statements, like, okay, for anybody that maybe didn't pick it up or watch those videos or whatever, she was essentially could have been, okay, there's nothing that confirms this, like a mail order bride. And
Yep.
She depended 100% for her staying in the U.S., having money, having health care, having a life, food, water, and safety and shelter on Rex.
Yep, absolutely. She totally depended on him.
Fully and totally depended on him for everything to bring her over to the U.S. Dude, that is a lot of leverage and power for a person to have over another.
Absolutely.
Like that, the whole mail order bride thing is like, it's always made me worried because I feel like that is like prime criminal setup, dude.
Oh, I agree with you.
To mistreat
absolutely.
somebody that's brought over here or force your will on them.
Yeah.
Was Asa really okay with this, or did she feel like she didn't have a choice?
Yeah, that's a good point to bring up. Maybe that's the case, but I think John Ray brings up some good points that, you know, since the beginning of all of this in the media, you know, finding out about Rex Heuermann's arrest and everything, Asa has never shown any compassion for anybody but Asa, which is, I agree with that. Like, in everything we've seen of her, like, the only time you see anything that's, like, empathetic or compassionate is when she announces she has breast cancer and she wants compassion for herself.
Yeah.
She has not shared any condolences about the family or the victims, which
that's strange, too, the health announcement.
the health announcement
That
is
was odd.
strange.
Yeah.
And obviously, you can lie about that. There's people can't go and
Yes.
confirm that. Nobody can go in and look at your health records to confirm you have cancer.
I mean, she could also have a non-cancerous growth even and just be using that. There is a lot of different things you can do. I'm not trying to say that she's doing that. I'm just saying that in the past, people have done those things. So if someone has done it in the past, it can be done again.
Yeah. And I have to say, the way she rolled up to court, the way she was looking and everything, it doesn't look like a cancer patient yet, anyway. I don't know how far she is into that stuff, but it doesn't look like that yet.
Yeah.
She supposedly has breast cancer, then why hasn't she had surgery? She isn't missing a boob or anything.
Yeah.
So, I don't know, man. But, you know, John Ray goes on to talk about how there were four hairs of hers found on 3 of the victims' bodies, and one even in the belt. Like a place where it has to get under it. Like it's not just like it fell off
Laying
his
on
clothes.
top. Yeah.
It wasn't just laying on top. It
Right.
was like stuck in a belt. You know, that witness statement with Karen Vergata, Asa was sitting upstairs in this tiny little house, and Vergata was up against a window naked and came out running and yelling, and Rex Heuermann was burning stuff in the backyard, like, and she's there.
Yeah.
Like, you're telling me she's just blissfully unaware of all of this?
Yeah. I hear you. I think there's some serious questions that need to be answered.
John Ray goes as far as to say that she's like a sociopath, and that it's weird because Rex Heuermann's made a ton of money with his job, and he's like, but where is it all? He said they are high risk takers. He said he has some kind of sources that they were gamblers, that they lived high risk in all ways pretty much. They were gamblers, like, and he's a serial killer. And basically that's where all the money goes.
Yeah. That is some wild stuff, man.
Yeah.
Wild. And the more I see, because this is a rock solid case, you guys. I've heard people try and throw like conspiracy ideas like, oh, well, it's too perfect. The FBI is involved and you need to look at like the details of this evidence. I have. And I haven't looked at every piece because the arrest warrant is 1,200 pages plus, okay? I haven't read all 1,000 pages, but the evidence I have looked into, the electronic evidence, the cell phone evidence, and then his triangulation evidence of connecting him with the locations of the crime, with his personal cell phone, being in relation to the burner phone, like, that is rock solid.
Yeah.
If you're ever in a place that triangulation is going to work, you guys, and you can't compare New York State triangulation to Moscow, Idaho, there's a ton of cell phone towers versus none. Cell phone triangulation in the state of New York will be amazing evidence.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah, exactly. And the area they lived in, it wasn't the middle of nowhere.
Populated, yeah.
Yeah. So it's Long Island. Like, there's gonna be a bunch of towers around there.
Why would she roll up in a Mercedes?
Dude,
I would
with her
roll
little
up in a
documentary
mega
crew?
beater. Like the most beater car of the most beater car. Unless it was the documentary cruise. Then I feel a little bit different.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Was she by herself in that car, or were they in there with her, and was she riding in the back? I haven't seen the footage yet, so I don't...
I haven't seen any footage.
Oh, okay,
of
okay.
It.
It's just statement. Got
yeah,
it.
it's statements. It says the New York Post reported that Asa Ellerup arrived at the courthouse in Mercedes along with a Peacock documentary crew, and it appeared to take several court officers to hold reporters back. I'll look for a video and see if we can find one to show on the screen. But yeah, it was Michael Brown who said that she doesn't believe he committed these acts or is capable of committing these acts, and that she wants to see this trial play out in court, not the media.
Yeah, sorry, but this is 2023. It's going to play out in the media. There's no way around it. I hate hearing people say stuff like that.
I agree
really
with you.
hate it. We are in a new age, so there's one of two things that need to happen. One, the courts need to catch up with the transparency of electronics and put a camera in every courtroom. Or two, go like a lot of the European countries have gone and not allow names until convictions occur, and keep all things out, where the media gets in big trouble in Europe if they post names. You are not allowed to do that until conviction.
Yeah, but that takes away a lot of transparency, don't you think?
I don't think so.
No.
I don't need to know who the suspect is. I need to know that the investigation was done right, so I have a country I can believe in. Leave the name out. I don't care. I never needed to know Brian Kohberger's name.
That's a good point. If you have all of the investigation, you should get a pretty good beat on the character of that person without even needing to know their name.
I mean, you could get their full character background. Imagine all the details we got of Brian Kohberger, and it instead of Brian Kohberger, all the documents say man X went to cop training school from this year to this year. Man X got kicked out of school from, you know what I mean? Man X went to WSU for this. It doesn't change anything.
Yeah.
Show the evidence without Kohberger's name and man X. The evidence will still be the same.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a great point. And I have found it interesting, and I've pondered if not sharing the names is a good idea anyway, because like mass shooters, serial killers, they become notorious and like famous, and they're not who's important. It's the victims that are important. It's you don't want them glorified to other potential killers. Dude, because that's Brady. What happens. They become glorified and heroes to other people who want to commit similar acts.
Like Brady.
Brady?
Yep. I'm having an ADHD moment right now.
Okay, that's okay.
Yeah.
But one interesting point that I wanted to bring up that I saw John Ray brought up and Nancy Grace, they talked about it, and I also saw another lawyer bring it up, and is the fact, so you know about marital privilege, right?
Yep.
That, like, if you're married and one of you goes down for a crime, the other one doesn't have to testify towards you in court or whatever.
Yep.
Well,
Correct.
Nancy Grace said actually it applies to the suspect, the person being charged. They can claim marital privilege, not the partner who's not charged. So if they bring her to court and they ask her questions, he can object and be like, marital privilege.
Yep.
But if she disseminates information on her own in this documentary, marital privilege can be violated and no longer apply. And the
Basically,
court...
if she says it, then the prosecution can bring it up. Yeah.
Yes. And they believe the court is going to be requesting any and everything Asa says to these crews, producers, anybody, handwritten notes, literally any bit of information that comes from her in this process, text messages, emails, anything. They're going to be requesting it and using it.
Yeah, and I would expect so. Yep.
So there's, people going around saying maybe this could actually be a good thing against her and Rex Heuermann.
Very possible, yeah.
But I wonder, is she milking the cash cow right now?
Oh, yes.
Because that's what everyone...
Absolutely.
Some victims' families are very upset, and I understand why. I totally get it. John Ray feels the same. Nancy Grace feels the same, that they together, Rex Heuermann and Asa, are literally just concerned with profit right now. Like, they are milking the cash cow, the victims.
Yeah, I agree they are.
That's disgusting.
I agree.
Honestly, I don't know that it's... I feel like maybe this shouldn't be allowed. And I honestly feel like Asa was cleared too quickly. I understand maybe there's proof of her not being in town for those 4 victims specifically. But what about all the rest?
Isn't it really convenient she was out of town for those 4 and all 4 have her hair?
It's too convenient.
I know.
It makes you question if it's even true.
I agreed.
How did they confirm that she was out of town?
Yep. I agree.
So,
interesting.
I mean, the fact that 4 of her hairs are on the bodies, the fact that she seems like she doesn't really give a crap about the victims, that she's willing to make money off of them, that she filed for divorce, was having such a hard time with all this, had cancer, and now all of a sudden Rex Heuermann signs the home over in her name, and they're exchanging smiles and glances, and she's doing this documentary, pulling up in a Mercedes-Benz after she had a GoFundMe page.
Yep.
Like, all of these things combined, and she...
are strange.
And she is strange. Her behavior is strange.
I know.
I feel like there's a serious possibility she was involved in these crimes.
I agree.
And before...
There's some kind of disconnect there.
Yeah, before I was totally against that idea.
She really could be battered. It doesn't change that there needs to be accountability. Because loss of life happened. We don't know how long it took for her to get on board with
conform.
Rex. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So, I don't know.
But yeah, I want to know what you guys think. If you have any theories on what's going on there. Do you think Asa had anything to do with it? Are you okay with the family of a serial killer making money off a documentary before he's ever been convicted? And many victims haven't even been connected to him yet. That's what I'm waiting for. When is he going to get charged with a bunch of the other, like Shannon Gilbert and the other woman? When is he going to get charged with those finally? And Karen Vergata.
Yeah, I don't know.
Because I feel like there's a lot of clear connections there.
I agree with you. I
At this
agree with you,
point.
but cases take a while.
They do.
So
They do.
there's only speculation for now.
Yep.
But let us know what you guys think. All right, and that is it for the show tonight, everybody. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you had a good time. I hope you got your true crime and criminal culture fix. Make sure if you are an audio listener, you give us some stars and leave a comment to help us get to a more full-time status. Join our patreon.com/Thought Riot Podcast. Join our twitter.com/Thought Riot Pod. Thought Riot Pod. Hit the like, thumbs up, notifications, those dang notifications. Turn them on when you're waiting for a premiere. Make sure you hit the notify me on the premiere. But yeah.
But if you want notifications that actually alert on your phone and you don't have to press a bunch of buttons, then join Discord or Patreon, right?
Discord or Patreon, yep. Discord or Patreon. If there ever comes a day where we create our own network and we have our own website, and producing shows that way, Patreon would be a great place to have your notifications tied to get updates and things like that for news. So,
for sure.
I would jump on one of those if you have a good time watching our content, getting your news from us, your criminal news from us, and joining in the conversation.
Absolutely. We love to hear feedback. We love to, connect with all of you. It's the best part of the show.
It is. It is. So make sure you come join the one and only, the True Crime Talk Show on Sunday, Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, 9 p.m. to 11 p.m. And Central Standard Time / Chicago time, baby.
We're in daylight savings right now.
Yes. But come hang out with us. Come check us out. Do all the podcast, YouTube, video, social media things. And we will see you on the next one.
Catch you later.
See ya.